Well, good morning, welcome back. It is time for day 2 of the World Youth Championships 2013 qualification round. We had a fantastic day yesterday. If you missed out on any of that action, you can, of course, get yourself onto YouTube and watch everything back again. Morning. Morning. In a few moments, we're going to be bringing some of the athletes out and we're going to get things started here. They're all down at the bottom of the wall waiting to get things going. We had an incredible day yesterday. Kai from America, what a performance that was. Loic Timmermans, a fantastic performance from him as well. And in a few moments' time, we'll be bringing out those athletes yet again to try and compete like they did yesterday and take an overall average of their scores down to just 26 athletes in the semi-finals in each category, and then 8 for the finals as well. We also have speed qualification rounds and finals still to come for you over the next couple of days. Stick around, and if you want to get involved in any of the chats, you can do so by going to IFSC.tv, watching us on there, and joining us on Twitter by using the hashtag WYCH2013. I'll be chatting to you on there all throughout today. I'm Daniel Finn, and I'll speak to you all in a little while. So, I have just been told we are about to start. The athletes are about to come up onto the stage. A nice long day full of coverage for you. We'll be here with you and live till about 1:30 our time here. Looks like we have the nod of approval. And as I said, if you do want to get in touch with us, we are all on Twitter, ready and waiting, standing by for anything you guys might be interested in getting involved with. Who you think might be making it through into the final 8 is also something to think about as we move through today. One impressive performance in the Youth B category then for Kai yesterday. We'll be chatting to him a little bit later on, as well as some of the athletes that we didn't grab yesterday. It's because I've asked them whether they can hang around and come and talk to us after they finish on the wall today. So I'll later on be chatting to Josh Levin, Hannah Schubert, Domen Skofic, Katarina Posch, and also Hannes Puman. Just to mention but a few. If you have any questions at all, just get involved in the feed and we'll do our best to find answers for you. We are about to welcome the first few athletes. They are now moving up the stairs and getting ready to go. So guys, day 2, here we go. Over on male youth A, the green route, starting off for Luxembourg now. Number 220. And that is Leandro Bruchert. For Luxembourg. We are about to begin on our red route as well, our female junior qualifier, around on the right hand, the far right hand side of the wall with number 17. So that's Delaney Miller, who's just getting ready to go. She's got a B layer there. I think that's what we're waiting for, possibly a B layer. Just waiting before she's allowed to start up on the wall. On the purple route now for female Youth B, we have Margot Hayes of the USA. And on the orange route, just next to her on the male Youth B category, number 274. It's Juan Rivas Fernandez, number 274 for Mexico. Mexican team put in quite the impressive performance yesterday. Maldonado, one of the female athletes, climbing on the route, female Youth B, that Margot Hayes is on now, currently. A very impressive performance for her. Over on the far right route, the yellow route, female Youth A category. Another US athlete starting us off over there. It's Kyra Kondi, moving very, very fast. Not waiting around at all. These guys are clearly very keen to get started today. There's a huge contingent from the USA here. They're behind, and you can probably hear them screaming now. And then on the male junior route, which is today, this is the blue route. Oh, a fall there, unfortunately, for Kyra Kondi. Not a bad effort there for her. Over on the male junior route for Russia, then, we have Anton Ponomarev. Okay, so still over on female youth B. Margot taking her time. So these are the same routes that we had yesterday. The athletes have switched around a little bit. They have their second climb on one of the other routes. Margot currently on female youth B climbing route, which was, if you remember, the female junior route yesterday. In terms of grading for all of these routes, this one that Margot's on at the moment, so I will be talking to our chief route setter, Rainer Fichtinger, in a few moments' time. This female youth B one then for today, the purple route, which is now female youth B, which was yesterday female juniors. This is a 7C+. They're all pretty long, these routes. That's due to the height on the wall here. We have an 18-meter wall. And most of these routes are quite sustained. Huge amount of support from down here on the ground for Margot. US crowd going a bit crazy. Okay, so she's now about 5 moves from the top. This is the way we want to start off our second day here. This is the way to start your second day at the qualifications. What a performance here for Margot. 2 or 3 moves away from the top here. She's got that nice little stalactite to get around in a few moments' time. That final clip you can see just a little bit ahead of her. Very close, looking very good and strong here. One clip and there it is. What a start to the day, and the crowd are right behind her. What a fantastic way to start your day off here. The crowd are absolutely loving that one. Tell you what, we're going to have a little bit of a chat to her now that she's down on the ground. Give her a second to collect herself, but what a way to start. Okay, so new athletes up and about now then for Russia over on male youth B category at present, number 275. I'll go through a little bit more in a moment about who we have here on the wall, but first off, let's have a little chat to Margot, who just came out and waltzed your way up the wall. What a way to start your second day.
Thanks, yeah, it felt good to send it. Just now I get to watch all my teammates and hope they send too, so I'm psyched.
You obviously weren't nervous about starting off today being the first one to climb, no?
I was a little nervous, but I kind of looked at it as a training day when I go into the gym, and I just like see all the new routes on the wall, and I just wanted to go send it, so that's all I focused on.
It's clearly a good attitude because it got you there with relative ease. Was there any point on that wall that you thought you were going to come off? Anything that was a little bit touchy?
Well, the top part, like about from right before you get in, right before you get into the roof, I was getting some pump, and I was just like, okay, stay calm. And the last clip was kind of difficult, but just had to kind of keep it together mentally.
Okay, so you've got a huge team of people here. They were obviously going mental for you. Just the crowd are really, really behind you. How many guys have you got here from US?
I have no clue. So many I can't count. But a lot.
There's about 3 or 4 buses full of you, isn't
Yeah,
there? Okay.
sure.
So who else on your team will be looking out for as we move through the competition here?
Well, there's so many people, but in my category, I have Melina and Claire and Margarita Marcinova, and I have Grace. So I'll be cheering them on later today.
Now, what about the youth categories over in the US? So the kind of comps that you do on your home turf, are they kind of localized comps or are they nationals? What kind of competitions do you have at home?
Well, I started out with local comps and then moved to regionals, divisionals, nationals, and then this is the biggest comp of the year for me. So it's really exciting just to be here.
How was yesterday for you? What was your overall score from yesterday?
Yesterday I did the route as well. So I'm in a pretty good position, I guess.
So we'll be seeing you in semi-finals by the look of things.
I hope so, yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. All the best. Okay, so some new guys out on the wall for us now then. Over in the male juniors category, just had one of our athletes coming down relatively early here today. But currently on the wall for Israel, we have Yiftash Kushnir, who looked strong yesterday. We're hoping to put in a good performance as well here today. On the male youth A lead at the present moment in time, then we just lost Sean Jung-woon. And we're waiting now for our next athlete, number 222, which is Nathan Smith of Canada. So if you're joining us and you're watching from your home turf, you now have a Canadian athlete up on male youth A, just about to emerge. On male youth B then, for the present moment in time. Just starting off, number 276, which is Ryosuke Himbo for Japan. Over on the yellow route, the female youth A here today, we have number 66. It's Brenda Sanchez Dominguez from Mexico. And over on female youth B category, number 113, which is Miwa Oba of Japan. Lastly, and by no means least, over on the female junior category now for the Czech Republic, number 18 is Teresa Svoboda, another one to keep an eye on as we move through this competition. Plenty of rounds over at the senior bouts, and we would expect to see her doing very well here. Okay, so Miwa Oba, who you can now see just about to top out, just like we saw Margot do a few moments ago, 15 years old, from Japan, has been climbing for 5 years and began because, according to her, she thought climbing was cool, and that was the way she got involved. Her local centre or home gym is Play Mountain, and if any of you are joining us from there today, a very good morning to you from over in Canada. Just about to clip in here, and if she can secure this, this is a nice top. We're seeing some good performances here today from the Youth B category. This is a 7C plus route, by the way, guys. Always worth bearing in mind when you consider the age of these athletes. She's 15. So over for Germany now on female youth A, the yellow route number 68, which is Lily Pauline Kiesgen of Germany. Over on female juniors, number 19 for Mexico, Marina Fierro. 17 years old, has been climbing for 8 years, and began at a competition with some friends. You can see on the female junior route, the red route now on your screen. She came 50th in Austria way back in 2011. Singapore came 40th, so she's building her way up. Also a keen football player. She's over now on the red route, number 19 from Mexico, Marina Fierro. For Chile then, now starting off on the male youth A route. Number 223, which is Ronnie Escobar. And another Mexican athlete over on the male juniors route now, starting off. Alejandro Martinez Cordero, number 168. And definitely start to turn your eyes now over to the male youth B wall. It is Kai, he's back out. Incredible performance yesterday. Joint first in his category. From the first climb, we would expect to see some exciting things for him today. Let's hope the pressure doesn't get to him and that he's feeling calm and collected. Kai Lightner for the USA. Number 277 over on male youth B now. So we'll try and stick with him as we move through on this one now. So this route yesterday was used for one of the female routes. This was female youth A. And today we're using it for male youth B. So that's what's happened today. We switched some things around. Again, guys, just to give you a reminder, if you do want to get involved in the chat, have a bit of a conversation with us, you can do so on Twitter using the hashtag WYCH2013. That'll come straight over to us here at the venue. Kirsten Gray asking for an interview with the Team GB athletes. Yep, I interviewed a couple of those guys yesterday, and of course I'll be chatting to them later on. USA right behind Kai here. These nice few pinch moves there, getting him up into this midsection on the wall. Nice and calm and collected, no stress here at all for the young athlete. Kai Lightner from the USA. Alejandro is down from Mexico. No top there for him, unfortunately. And for Chile, over on the female youth B category, number 114. We are now about halfway up the wall with Muikwe Silva. Kai looking really relaxed here at this point. There's no shake here at all. Taking his time, allowing himself a bit of a shake. And by the look of things here, I think we're looking at a potential high place podium finish for Kai at this competition. Based on the way he climbed yesterday, the calm, focused nature with which he's climbing today, we could very easily be looking at our gold medalist here. He does have a little bit of competition in this category. Can't get too far ahead of himself. He's currently about 5 or 6 moves away from the top here and still looking strong. For Canada now, it's Ema Lamarche over on female junior. So number 169 as well over on the male junior route for today, which is the blue route. The blue route. We have Peter Dawson, who's 18 years old, from the Czech Republic, been climbing for 10 years, and lists Adam Ondra as his biggest influence, which I'm sure there are quite a few athletes here that would probably say the same thing. For the US, it's Chris Sharma. Over in Europe, we get the Ondra. Kai one move away here. And again, the US are really, really putting on a performance here. Margot, first top here of the day. Kai following through with exactly the same thing. Controlled, easy and relaxed, with a smile on his face coming down. Very, very nice. So Peter here over on the male junior route. And Emma Lamarche of Canada over on female junior at the moment, number 20, which is on the red route at present. Home gym in Boulders, Toronto. If you're joining us, let us know. Get in touch with us on Twitter and say hi. Previous best results then. First place at the Canadian Nationals 2012 and 2013 in the youth category there. And second at the Canadian Nationals for 2012, the Open. And 14th at the European Youth Cup in Austria in 2011. She's now starting on the red route female junior category. Emma Lamarche for Canada.
So that would be a semi-place well and truly booked for Kai Lightner.
Kai Lightner, coming to sit down, catch your breath for a little bit then. That looked easy again, like yesterday. What's going on?
I think the route was really fun for me. It wasn't too hard for me. Near the top, I missed a screw on one of the holds at first, and so it was really sketchy part, but besides that, I really liked the route.
You were very calm and collected all the way through that. You're pacing yourself very nicely at the moment. You don't seem to get too stressed or panicked about any of it. You seem very calm, and yet this is your first comp, isn't it, on an international level?
Yeah, I could learn from the best. Me and my coach Emily has taught me how to be able to pace myself and breathe and be able to keep myself calm so that I don't pump out or stress out when I get to the top of the wall.
What are you thinking about when you're going through? I mean, obviously you're controlling your breathing as you're going up there. You've got to focus on the next few moves on the route that you're working on, but what is your brain going through when you're up there?
You know, I came here for a goal, and I really was hoping I could try to win this thing. And so my goal, I kind of keep my mind focused on what my goal is, and hopefully I can get to the top.
And how long have you been climbing again?
7 years.
So you started at, was it 6 that we're saying?
Yeah.
Kai, you're putting on a fantastic performance here. Who's your main competition in your category? Because you're tied first from yesterday, weren't you? There was one other young lad in your category that came that topped the route. Who was that?
I don't really know. I'm sorry. I remember he was a Swiss climber, but I didn't really see his name.
Are you concerned about any of the other competition in your group? Or are you feeling pretty good and confident right now?
I just am trying to stay focused on myself and hopefully do my best, whether that is first or last place. And I just hope that I can do my best so that I can reach my goal.
Kai, it's an absolute pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much for coming along. I'll see you in the finals, all right?
Okay.
That was Kai Lightner for male Youth B category. So now we have an Austrian athlete over on the male Youth A category now, number 225. And that is Jorg Palmer.
I have it on good authority that if you wish to encourage the Korean climbers, it's gacha, not gacha, but gacha. So should we try that one out? For Chibon Bay, over on female youth B. So this is Danila Kotov following that class act that was Kai Lightner. Danila, when he came down off his route yesterday, was looking like he was in some pain on his arm, left arm, I think, and he's heavily strapped to his knees, so...
Very nice climb there for Emma Lamarche. Only a few moves away from the top. She was about to start moving into that roof section and round onto the front of the Waltopia sign. For Russia, number 115 on the female Youth B category now as well. We are looking at Yulia Dubinka, Dubinkina for Russia, and next to her, teammate as well on the male youth B category, number 278. It is Daniel Akotov. He's got his knees strapped up here as well. Possibly not due to an injury there, though. You can see that both knees are strapped. If one knee was strapped, that could have been an injury. This might just be for a bit of extra support while you're climbing. We see a lot of these young athletes using tape, and the seniors as well, strapping their arms up with tape for a bit of extra support while they're on the wall. Female Youth A category, the yellow route now then at the moment for Korea, number 70. And that is Cho Haimi. And we're about to have our French athletes start off on the female junior now, number 21.
Just about to go into the steep roof section for the female Youth B.
And that is Kenza Slamti. Jorg Palmer looking very, very strong here. And this is a route that we saw some of the athletes yesterday on the male junior category struggling with, failing to top, and a male youth A athlete here, Jorg Palmer. No problem at all moving his way through that one. A nice top there for him as well. I'm going to try and grab him and have a conversation. Didn't speak to many of the Austrians yesterday, so it'd be quite nice to have a chat with Jorg. Our French athlete just starting off over on female junior now as well. Quite a few of our athletes down. We get ready for another switch around. Okay, Jorg Palmer, you just topped out on what was yesterday the male juniors route, is today the male youth A category route. We saw some of the juniors struggling with that route yesterday. For you, was it a tough one? What was it like?
Yeah, it was really tough, especially the slab was not easy. But then the roof was, I could rest a bit before I got to the roof, and the roof was okay again, but the slab was not easy. Yeah.
We saw a lot of athletes struggling with the roof section yesterday, with the sequence over to the stalactite in the middle and then before going to the top. For you, you found that one relatively easy, and it was the point approaching the roof just before that you had trouble with there. Is it an endurance sort of thing for you? Was it the fact that it's so sustained and so long?
No, but it's right that the move where you have to get the foot on the big one, on the big thing, that was hard to do the move after. It's a hard move, and I felt a bit pumped, a bit on the endurance, but not that much. So it was just a move, and that was close. So I almost fell there.
You look very calm and collected all the way through that one, and it seems like we've got quite a few Austrians that are on peak form here at this competition. Obviously, we have Katharina and Magdalena that we know and have seen many a time before. What about yourself? What's the plan for the future for you? You know, you're here at Youth A category now. What about the senior comps? Are we going to see you more often, hopefully, on the IFSC senior tours?
Well, yeah, I went to Canada with no pressure, and it was just for fun. Yeah, it was not just for fun, but I really wanted to enjoy it here, and yeah, there was no really plan what I wanted or what I should do. It was just have fun and enjoy the competition.
And are you keeping that mindset in terms of the senior comps over in Europe, like the World Cups? Is it the same sort of thing? Are you just keeping kind of a relaxed, happy atmosphere? It's like if you can make it, you'll get there.
Yeah, right. On the long run, that of course that's my target for the next few years to get to the senior competitions. But yeah, I'm not stressed to go there. I'm just. I think my trainers also do it nicely. I think some people they go in my age and they join join the senior competitions, and sometimes it doesn't work that well, even if they're really strong.
And it's a bad result, you can find you getting down about it and feeling a bit sad about the fact that you're not hitting it as well as you would in the juniors. So it's a thing for you where you're waiting to kind of build up your steam first before going over there, yeah?
Yeah, that's exactly how it is, yeah.
And whereabout is it that you train? Where are you training at the moment?
I live near Vienna, and I train in Vienna. But yeah, my school allows it to just a few weeks go and learn for my own and go to Innsbruck. In Innsbruck, it's good for training because all the trainers are there and all the other guys I train with, I like to train with, and yeah, I think that's a big advantage of my school. So,
do you get a lot of support over there? Do you get a lot of people working with you? I mean, you have your own personal coach, right? I mean, quite a lot of you have your own personal coaches.
I don't really have a personal coach because in Vienna there are not too many trainers, too many coaches. But yeah, our team coach, I think he does it really well, and yeah, he does my schedule, how I train. So.
Well, Jorg, that was an incredible first climb for you. You get to relax now for the rest of the day, and hopefully we'll see you then going through into the semi-finals as well. I wish you all the best in this comp.
Thanks.
Okay, so we have Peter Klüger here, number 280, over on the male youth B category wall now. 14 years old, has been climbing for 9 years. Started with his parents, unfortunately a fall there for him as I started to talk. It's commentator's curse, it's happening already. But not a bad height at all there for that young athlete. Number 71 is Meiko Take, which you can see now over on the yellow route, female youth A. 2 moves away from the top and cries of Gamba from the crowd. 16-year-old athlete has only been climbing for 5 years. Came second at the Youth B category Asia Youth Championships. And lists a favourite place to climb as Hokkaido. A very nice finish there for her. So on the male junior route then for today, number 171 now out and ready to go. It's Diego Hernandez Inguez from Mexico. Number 171 on the blue route for you now, male juniors.
And here's our Chinese climber, the only one to climb for his country. Very welcome you, R2.
And our one and only athlete for China now moving out here, number 281 over on the male youth B category wall. Had a nice conversation with him yesterday about getting here, being here on his own. It's Hang Zhong Chen, number 281, starting off on the orange route, male youth B now at present. Male youth A category. For Mexico, number 228, it is Hector Adrian Martinez Cordero. He's been climbing for 9 years and got involved with climbing when his father took him to a climbing gym in Morelia in Mexico, and just has caught the bug since then and stuck with it since then. He trains at the climbing gym in Friction. 5th place at the previous World Youth Climbing Championship in Singapore in his category. And lists himself as his biggest influence, which I think is a very interesting way to look at it. I asked quite a few of these athletes what their biggest influence was, and he's listed himself as his biggest influence, Which, yeah, I suppose he probably would be. Young lady we had the pleasure of talking to yesterday is about to start off for Slovenia now on female youth B. She climbed very strong yesterday. She looked very in control of herself. A nice interview with her. Very focused on the task at hand, and in rock climbing in general, they take it very, very seriously in Slovenia. Very young athlete, number 117, about to come out, Janja Gambret. Janja now just starting off on the purple route. And over on female youth A, number 72 for Germany, it is Mona Kellner. She's 16 years old, she's been climbing for 10 years. And is from the home gym, and the base gym for her is in Munich. Came third at the World Youth Championships in Singapore last year, second at the European Youth Championship in bouldering, and fourth place at the European Youth Cup in Imst and Voiron. Another one to keep our eyes on then as we move through this competition. Bronze medalist from Singapore, we would expect to see her going through into a final here. Janja then, the young lady that we had a chat to yesterday for Slovenia on the female youth B wall at the present moment in time. She's been climbing for 7 years. First place at the European Youth Championships in Grindelwald this year. First place at the European Youth Championships in Imst this year as well. So we are already looking at a European youth champion here, Janja. Local centre is in Vinji. And this Mina Markovic has her biggest influence. This is also her first world youth competition. Competed at the European youth comps, but this is actually her first time on a worldwide international level.
Come on, let's get it. He's the only guy from China. Let's get behind him. Well, let's hope we get to see him in the semis.
So female junior number 23 for Korea. It's Sol Sa, and again another one, or Sa Sol, depending on which way you want to say it round. I tend to say the Korean last name first. It is a tradition in Korea. And Sa Sol is definitely one to keep an eye on as we move through this comp. She competes on the senior level as well. Another one that's already starting to build herself a reputation up, and here she is on the female juniors now. Bear in mind as well, and remember that Momoka Oda was competing at this competition as late as last year. She's just taken a silver medal over in Imst just recently. She's competing on the senior level now and podiuming quite often. An exceptionally strong athlete, and she was climbing at the World Youth Championships in Singapore last year where she won. She took the gold medal. And this is where we find some of the stars that we start to see over in the senior category on the IFSC circuit as well.
That was it. Kumin, Andrea from Switzerland. Andrea Kumin of Switzerland. The female you take. Okay, Janja's coming into this steep final section here. So it's Aide Janja.
Unfortunately, an early fall there for one of our Mexican athletes. But over on female youth A now, number 74 for Switzerland. It is Andrea Kumin. And on male youth B, the orange route now, number 282. Sascha Lehmann of Switzerland as well. Two Swiss athletes climbing here on the wall at the moment. Sassol is down and without a top as well, which is interesting. We've got to hope that her results from yesterday are strong enough to get her through to the next round. Nyanya on her way back down after a top for Slovenia, climbing very, very well. She did yesterday, she has again today. We were talking about how they train over in Slovenia for lead climbing yesterday. She's another one that trains on a boulder-only wall for lead climbing as well.
We're looking to get the 26 best climbers to go through to the semis after today's proceedings. Obviously expecting to be in that number would be the current climber on the female juniors, as Katharina Posch for Austria.
Okay, Katharina Posch is out, and this is one that you really do need to watch. So cast your eyes over to the red route now, female junior category, as Katharina Posch starts off. Katharina strapped on the right arm again. I've seen her at 3 or 4 comps recently, and she seems to be ending up into a bit of an obsession with taping up that side of her arm. I'll have to ask her what that's about, but she is one of the ones that I was planning on catching today. So when she gets down, I'll have a bit of a conversation with her, and I'll ask her personally what that's all about. Katharina Posch from Imst, 3rd at the Female Juniors World Youth Championship in Singapore last year. Made finals 3 times on the senior IFSC lead circuit during 2012. This is while she was still competing, if you remember, on the junior level as well. 5th at the IFSC Climbing World Cup in Atlanta 2012, 6th in Zinning, and also came 16th at the Women's Bouldering World Cup in Innsbruck this year as well. Katharina Posch of Austria, one of Austria's new youth potentials. Florence Grunwald now for Germany over on the female youth B route, which is the purple route for today. She's 14 years old and has been climbing for only 4 years as she starts here. Lists her biggest influence is Julianne Wurm, favourite climber since she was 12, and she inspired her. So for 2 years now has had a bit of an obsession with Julianne Wurm. Rightly so, I would say. Jula. So she came 3rd at the German Championships, 3rd at the European Youth Cup in speed in Edinburgh, and 1st at German Cup in speed as well. So also a speed climber over here. Might be expecting to see her on the speed event on Sunday as well. So number 173 for the USA, now out on the male junior route. It's Noah Ridge. Noah put in a fantastic performance yesterday. A lot of support from you guys watching back at home, pouring in for Noah. And he's here again now over on the blue route, male juniors, just starting things off here. Julia Shanody is now up as well, number 75 over on the yellow route, the female youth A category. Noah Ridge starting to power his way up this blue route. And Katharina taking her time here at this point. This is the point that Sassol came down at. Katharina's going to want to secure a top here to help her with going through into the semi-finals. French athlete over on male youth B now then.
Speaking of which, obviously we'll be having a chat with John Ellison about Climbers Against Cancer later on. So we've lost Katharina.
2.83, and that is Hugo Parmentier. Hugo Parmentier for France. Now over on Youth B, which is the orange route. Noah looking really good here. He's about 4 or 5 moves away from the top. Katarina coming down a little bit early there. Noah very close to the top here as well, but he's unfortunately come down, as has Florence. And for Mexico now, starting off on male youth A, number 231, Francisco Gandara Hugues. Over on female youth B now, the purple route. Just starting at number 120, and that is Michelle Hulliger for Switzerland. Starting off on the female juniors as well. The red route, number 25, it is Nicole Hansen for the USA. For Korea then, over on the male juniors route, number 174, Seo Sungbo. I've seen him before. Koreans looking strong yesterday. We're saying that they're one of the dark horses of the competition. With the crowd supporting the US and the Canadian athletes and being cheers behind them, it's sometimes easy to miss the Koreans who are climbing at that time because you're focusing on where all the noise is directed. Very nice there for our French athlete, just getting down from male youth B, number 283. Hugo Parmentier. Okay, we have up now number 284 on the male youth B wall. And we're hoping for a good performance here from these guys. I will try and grab one of these guys afterwards as well to have a bit of a conversation. Matthew Robson, RSA, South African guys here. Matthew Robson, male youth B category now. And for Russia, number 26 over on the female junior category. Yulia Zatseva. Very, very close to a finish as well for our Swiss athlete, number 120, climbing on the female youth B wall at the moment, which was Michelle Huliger. Fortunately, though, no top. So I'm going to try and have a conversation with Matthew now for RSA, because we haven't had a conversation with these guys yet. Okay, so joining me now is Matthew. You've just finished up on the male youth B, and I wanted to talk to you and say hello to the RSA guys, because I haven't done it yet. How are you all?
Oh, we're actually pretty good. We're all very excited to be here. It's been quite very nice, you know, having the big gyms and things that we don't have back home. Lots of volumes, and it's just very exciting.
Now, I was talking to a couple of, well, a contingent of you guys that was over at the British Bouldering Championships just recently, and they were telling us about the difference in holds that you guys have over there and how yours tend to be quite coarse, and you don't have certain shapes and you don't usually use volumes. Is that true for you as well in the same gym?
Yes, it is. You know, at one of our home gyms called The Barn, there are a few volumes, but you know, not nearly as much as this. There's not as many triangles and like sticking pointy walls and things. It's very different here, yeah.
So what is it? Is it more like you make the wall itself have the contours that you want to work with, or is it just that you do pretty much flat wall and holds?
Yeah, the wall's pretty flat. There are a few bends and dents, but not nearly as much as this. And then we put some grips on, and yeah, our wall's usually just flat.
So how many of you guys have we got here then for this one? You had a load of you last year at Singapore as well, and we had a nice little show out there. How many have we got here this year?
We've got quite a few less. We've only got 10 competitors here. Last year, I'm not too sure, I didn't compete last year. But this year we've only got 10. We've got, most of them are in the youth Bs, and then we've got a few in youth A, but not so many juniors.
And who are your stars? Who are the ones that we're looking out for? That when you get out on the wall, do you expect to see any of them moving through?
I think you want to watch in the youth A. We've got some strong climbers there. Thomas and Griven are very strong, yeah.
And how did you guys get on yesterday with the routes that we've got set here?
No one sent yesterday, but I think someone got pretty close. I think one of the youth B girls got close.
So the holds that we've got here are very different to back home. Obviously, the volumes you're saying are very different as well. Even the shape of the wall is different to back home. But the kind of routes that have been set here by Fichtinger and Laurent Laporte, the team that have set these, are you enjoying climbing them? Do you like the challenge of them? Do you like the style?
Yeah, I've enjoyed the style. I like having hard challenges. Back home, it's more kind of straight dynamic strength, and here there's a lot of turning and a lot more technique. Yeah.
So for you, how did you get involved in the sport? What started you off, first of all?
They offered climbing back at my school, St. John's College, and my coach there was very involved with us, like teaching us normal classes. He's just a nice guy, and he inspired me to start climbing.
So it's through the school that you first got involved, and how long ago was that?
It was about 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
If you got the bug, is that it? It's done for life now. You will always be a climber.
Definitely, yeah.
What about competitions over in SA? What kind of comps do you do? Is it a national? Is it a local comps? Is there a league at all?
There's not so many comps, but we have a bouldering comp, which is in our like provinces, and then we go through to nationals. We've also got a national comp, which is also provincials. Then we all make a team, we practice together, and then we come to nationals. And then to select for the international, for the World Comp, we take like the top 3 from each category, and they compete. And then if they climb a climb and they think we're good enough to take with, then we're selected to come with.
So it's competitive even for the selection stage of things. So you yourself will have had to have gone through all of that to be able to be here.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
So how many different comps did you have to win or come high in?
I think it's about 3 or 4. The bouldering comp's not included, but getting into nationals, and once you're in nationals, you have to come and compete in another comp to get into this team.
That was going to be my next question, actually. I wanted to ask you about bouldering over there and how bouldering's perceived as well. For you yourself, you're a boulderer as well?
I've bouldered a bit. The gym I've been training at, there's a lot of bouldering there. But I have never bouldered out on rock back home. But I competed once in the bouldering comp, and I did pretty well. I came 3rd overall.
But for you, is this your discipline? Is it lead for you that you prefer, or are you more inclined to like boulder?
I think I like bouldering a bit more. You know, power, short moves. But this is still fun. Gets you going, pumped.
What about the community over back home? Is there a growing community there for sport climbing? Are you going to tell me that you definitely all watch the IFSC broadcasts, yeah?
Yeah, we've got tons of people watching back home supporting us, but it's growing, it's huge. Back at my school when I started, there was about 75 kids, and then when I was in grade 7 and I was the captain, we had about 100 boys, like wanting to join. It was insane.
It is one of those sports, isn't it? It's kind of almost contagious. If you've done it, if you've come and had a go at it, you just want to do it again. It kind of gets you excited about things. So you've got guys watching back home now throughout this one. Who are they, and do say hello to them for us.
Well, it's all of my parents and the other competitors' parents, our ex-coaches, the owners of the gyms, uncles, aunts, grannies, grandpas. Hello, everyone.
Matthew, thank you very much for talking to me, and I wish you all the best in the comp.
Thank you.
Love the RSA guys. Don't get to see them often enough, I don't think. It was great to see them over at the BBCs recently as well, the British Bouldering Championships. And it's nice that we're starting to see them more and more coming into these sorts of competitions, and it must be so tough and difficult for them, bearing in mind everything that Matthew was just saying about the fact that they tend to climb on very, very different setups to what we have here and what we have in Europe as well. In Europe and the Americas are different in their own right to each other, but to not have any volumes to work with, to be very limited in your holds and a different texture, that can make a lot of difference with these athletes. So Pierre Graham here, number 16 on the female youth A, the yellow route, climbing here, getting some support from the crowd behind her. For Canada, been climbing for 9 years. Climbers Rock is her home gym. She was national champion from 2009 to 2011, ranked 2nd place overall at this year's nationals. And her favourite place to climb is Red River Gorge in Kentucky. Other hobbies and enjoyments include painting, drawing and writing. She's over now on the yellow route, female youth A, number 78. That is Pierre Graham. And it's Ryder back out again now on the male junior category. Not too bad an effort from Ryder yesterday. We had a chat to him after he got down. Might have a talk to him a little bit as well. number 176, right ahoy, 18 years old, from Canada. He's been climbing for 10 years. 21st at Singapore 2012, 37th at IMPS 2011, 31st at Valence 2009, and 31st in Sydney 2008. Right ahoy now for Canada, number 176, making his way up the male juniors. And I know that you wanted to have a bit of a conversation with some of the British guys, and so I'm going to do that now by grabbing James Pope and pulling James Pope over. Sorry, Sheila, I've beat you to him. Sheila, the local MC, trying to grab him as well. James, how are you?
Thanks, how are you?
Good. Okay, talk to me about this one. That was a really high point for you. That was just a little bit too much at the end. You just slipped off there. What happened?
I was quite pumped. It's very different to the first route. It's very pumpy, like lots of the same hold over and over again.
I'm going to give you a second to catch your breath, so I'm going to talk for a bit and then we'll get back round to you. We've seen the British Bouldering Championships recently. We've seen a lot of new comps kicking up around Britain and becoming, it seems like it's a growing sport. It's becoming very popular back home. I feel that anyway. I can see that back home. For you, how did you get involved and what's the team that's behind you?
I started climbing when I was younger with my parents, and then I've started training at my local wall at the castle and just always climb there.
And how many guys have we got here? Is it all together?
6, and then Ian, the coach, and the chaperone.
And over in the UK, how do you get involved? How do you get to this point where you're invited to come to a World Youth Championship?
We have selection days, and we have to do a certain number of routes to qualify for certain comps. And then if we make finals and stuff in Europeans, then we can also be selected for the Worlds.
And for you, are you just a lead climber? Do you do multiple disciplines? Are you going to be competing in the speed here?
I mainly compete in lead, but I sometimes boulder, do local boulder comps in Britain, but none of the Europeans.
And what about back home for the IFSC, the senior World Cups? Obviously, we've got a very strong bouldering team in the women's category, but we want to see more lead guys coming through and stuff like that. I mean, obviously, you're still very young and you're just starting to move into this sport, but do you think it's something you can see yourself pursuing and becoming part of the World Cups, the seniors?
Yeah, I'd like to keep carrying on when I'm older, but I think the facilities in Britain aren't that great for leading, so they might have to. But the new Sheffield wall is opening soon, so that might help.
A very apt response, I think. Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I think bouldering definitely has quite a big sway over in the UK. We have a lot of bouldering gyms, especially in London. When I was down there, there was a lot of separate little bouldering gyms, not that many lead walls. There are a few in Birmingham I know of, and there are some in London as well. Do you think that's because we actually prefer bouldering, or do you think that's just something that happened randomly?
I think people prefer that you don't have to bring as much kit. You can. It's easier to go and do. You don't have to have anyone to belay you, or you don't have to stand around belaying anyone. Yeah.
For you then, what does your normal week consist of? Because you're still in school, right?
Yeah. Well, after school I go to the castle and train, normally 4 to 5 times a week, endurance and power. I have different phases throughout the year.
So how many hours 4 or 5 times a week per night after school are you training for?
2 to 3.
It's an incredible level of commitment for someone so young. Is it something you do willingly, or has somebody just said you're going, you have to go? Have you got parents saying you're going to be a climber, deal with it, or is it something that you've just caught the bug?
I enjoy training. I like the feeling of when you earn something after you've trained for it. You feel that you've put the work in.
Thank you very much for talking to us. I'm going to talk to you soon, all right, mate? So that was James Pope, one of the Brits. We'll have a bit more of a chat to some of the other ones as well a little bit later on. And here is another one of those right now. Peter Dawson, number 287, 15 years old, climbing on the same category as James Pope just recently. Male Youth B, up there on the orange route at present. Looking pretty good at the moment. Been climbing for 5 years. And over for Kazakhstan, just next to him on the male juniors route now is Rishat Haybulin of Kazakhstan, number 177, has been climbing for 7 years. and has listed his family as the biggest influence on him. He's also a snowboarder. Was most influenced by his family, and also his father, he said here, is a big influence on his early career and how he got involved with the sport. Peter looking good here at the moment. Can he stick this? Very close. Not bad at all there for Peter Dawson, 15-year-old athlete from Great Britain. I'm going to have a chat to him now as well. I thought I might catch him. I'm going to give him a second to catch some breath, and then I'm going to pull him over and have a conversation. Very close. 3 moves away from the top there from him.
So after Peter, we'll be having Benjamin Hughes of Canada, and then we'll be cleaning that route as well, so there'll be a slight lull in the proceedings. How are you enjoying it so far? Yeah?
So 2-3-5 for Japan, now moving up the male youth A wall. And also number 30 for Ecuador, Andrea Rojas, 17-year-old athlete from Ecuador, has been climbing for 7 years. And lists Anna Schubert as her biggest influence. Interesting to have a boulder star for a lead climber as the biggest influence. 17th at Imst for the speed category there as well. Gold medal at the Pan American Championships in Ibarra, Ecuador in 2010. Also now number 1, 2, 3 for Germany, Sophie Rauberger of Germany, 14 years old, has been climbing since she was 9 years old, and got involved as her best friend, got her involved in it. She was a climber as well, and so she dragged her along. First at the European Youth Cup in Edinburgh 2013, 7th at the European Youth Championship in Imst this year, and 5th at the European Youth Championship at in bouldering at Grindelwald 2013. Sophie Rauberger of Germany now over on female Youth B, but now that he's had a moment to catch some breath, I'm going to have a brief chat to Peter. You were just up on that one. You were 2 or 3 moves away from the top. Fantastic effort from you today. How have you found climbing here?
It's amazing. Like, all the different nationalities, it just gives a really good atmosphere to it. Oh, yeah.
And I was just speaking to James a few moments ago about the route that's here and how he is enjoying the styles that are set here by the route setters. How are you finding the routes that you're climbing?
They were really good. That was like my style, kind of steep and powerful and pumpy. So I really enjoyed that one.
Was there any point on there earlier than the point that you obviously slipped that you thought you might run into some difficulties, or was it quite an easy ride? As you say, it's your style, so was it just a very relaxing, nice climb for you?
There was a bit just entering the steep bit. That was quite a weird move, and I found it quite awkward, and I was a bit like not sure what to do, but I managed to pull through and keep going.
Well, you were 2 or 3, I think 3 moves away from the top there. You were very, very close to it. So that's going to give you a fantastic score in terms of possibly progressing into the semis. One of the questions that I asked James earlier was, we don't seem to have over in the UK a strong, or really an existent lead team. We've got a very strong boulder female grouping. We've got quite a few strong boys as well in the bouldering. But lead seems to be quite non-existent on the World Cups. Do you think it's something that you can see yourself pursuing as an overall career later on?
Yeah, I definitely want to continue with like international competitions and try and get better and get better positions and push myself.
And what for you is your history? I mean, how did you first get involved in the sport, and how much time have you spent competing at this level?
Well, my dad got me into it first, just wondering if he said, "Do you want a little climb, Pete?" And I'd be like, "Yeah," but I was like 5 or 6 then. But I only really started like going and doing it properly when a wall near me opened, and that was when I was like 10.
And then from then on, have you done any? What local comps did you have to get through to be able to come here?
It was, well, I started doing the YCS, which was like my first national comp, and then I went on to do the BMC Youth Opens, and through them I got into the team and then have been selected for this comp, which is, you know, a privilege.
And we're definitely going to see you coming along to the next few years as well, moving up to the juniors, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Pete, I wish you all the best with the rest of the competition. I am expected to see you in the semis, and I'll try and grab you then as well.
Okay, thank you.
Phil Waterhouse shouting via Twitter, "Come on, Pete." Very close to a top there. Nice to speak to the young gentleman from GBR. So we have a clean situation going on. We're going over onto female youth A, the yellow route. That's now currently being cleaned by our chief route setter, Reinhard Fichtinger. And also male youth B, the orange route, is being cleaned by Laurent Lepore at the moment. So both those routes out of action for the current moment in time. Plenty more going on elsewhere though. For Mexico, number 126, about to start off on the female youth B category. We have Mariana Alonso Riquelme, 14 years old, and has already been climbing for 8 years. This is what I mean, they're starting younger and younger. She started in a gym when she was 6 years old. Local centre and home gym is Sports World and Onyx. If you are joining us now, do give us a shout out on Twitter. You can do so by using the hashtag WYCH2013. That's World Youth Championships 2013. On Twitter, use a hashtag WYCH2013. Get in touch with us. Let us know where you're joining us from. I want to get a bit of a chat going on here. We'll have a conversation all the way from Canada. Number 31 for Japan, it is Aya Inoue. Now, I said yesterday, watch out for this girl. We would expect to see her moving through to the semis at the very least, possibly the finals as well in the female junior category. She's looking very strong. She's put on some incredible performances just recently on the seniors, on the World Cup range as well. Her local centre and home gym is Pump 1. If you are joining us from there, do give us a shout out, say hello. And hello to you back. The best results at the Bouldering World Cup in Innsbruck 2013. She came 6th. This is what I mean. This is a senior level competition. She's placing finals. She's making finals there in Innsbruck. I remember her being very, very emotional at the end as well. I had to go up to her and say, when she placed 6th, I'm not sure whether she was crying tears of happiness because she'd made the finals or whether she was sad that she hadn't got higher than 6th, but it was an incredible performance all the way through. Still very, very young. Aya Inoue, 17 years old. And here she is still competing at the World Youth Championship level as well. Fantastic athlete. Do keep an eye on her. For Mexico, the male youth A category in green at the moment, the green route, that is Jose Ramon Santos Bull. And he is 15 years old from Mexico. Another one whose dad got them involved in the sport at a local centre, and it's Onyx as well. Onyx is his home gym. He was the 2012 Pan-American champion in Youth B lead, so maybe we need to be paying some attention to this chap. Jose Ramon Santos Bull now climbing on male Youth A, the green route. Competed at Imst in Austria in 2011 and also Singapore last year. And when listing other interests or hobbies, he just says, not at all. Well, there you are, there's commitment. He has no other interests or hobbies other than climbing. He just climbs all day long, every day. Chloe Corlier for Belgium, starting off now that route has just been cleaned up. She's over on the female youth A category wall now. Chloe Corlier for Belgium. Aya still powering her way up the female junior route at the moment as well, and we are still cleaning a couple of others. Juan is still going as well from Mexico over on male youth A. Oh, unfortunately just a fall there for him.
Take cancer, face cancer and beat it really. Everybody knows about my situation, so I'm not there for that one, but please buy a t-shirt, support the cause, and all the money's going to the fight against cancer. So I'd like to say thank you from me to you guys, because you're supporting it and making it work, so thank you very much.
So about 3 weeks ago, we made the first donation was in Australia at their National Youth Championships, and then about 3 weeks ago we gave £10,000 sterling to the French Cancer Research, La Ligue contre le Cancer, and then I think it's at the semis, after the semis here, it's a Canadian charity that will be getting the next donation check. John really wanted to give out an amount to each continent, all of the 5 continents, to reflect the international flavour that CAC has taken on. So you've all given in, and now we're going to be giving some back, so it's a great thing.
Okay, as I said, we're with Chloe Corlier for Belgium over on female youth A now. Another one to keep your eyes peeled for. Bib number 80, wearing the black, you can see there. 16 years old. Has been climbing since she was 9. And she started by opening the doors of a climbing gym. I'm not sure whether that's like a philosophical mantra for life or something, whether she's trying to get a metaphor across there, or whether she actually just did open a door to a climbing gym. Who knows? Local centre and home gym is the Stone Age in Brussels. She came 4th at the European Youth Cup in Pau, that's 2011, 5th at the European Youth Cup in Edinburgh, 2012, 5th at the European Youth Cup in Sofia in 2013. Favourite place to climb is Fontainebleau, that would be for bouldering, and other interests and hobbies, drawing, cooking, badminton and reading. Previous World Youth Championship results, 16th in 2012, 27th in 2011, and in 2010, 35th. So she's building her way up there. 35th to then 27th to then 16th last year. That should mean that she'll make finals this year. We will wait and see, but there she is, Chloe Corlier for Belgium, up now on female youth A. Whilst we are with these current athletes, and whilst he has a moment from getting some time, some personal time to have a bit of a conversation, and he's not running around like a maniac like normal, I'm going to have a chat with John Ellison. For those of you that don't know who John Ellison is is about to tell you who John Ellison is. Who are you, John Ellison?
Yeah, I'm John Ellison, as he's just told you. I was born John Ellison, I'll always be John Ellison. No, I'm actually the founder of Climbers Against Cancer, which, as most people know, is the charity that belongs to all the climbers out there to raise awareness around the world of people's fight against cancer. I mean, everybody's touched by it, whether directly or indirectly, and I think coming here this weekend, it's fantastic to see how the people of British Columbia actually embrace cancer charities. I mean, it's been amazing. You know, they're just talking to everybody. They're all in one way or another doing something to fight cancer. So we've actually sold, I mean, yesterday we sold $3,300 worth of t-shirts in just one day. So it's absolutely fantastic, and as you can see around you, you've got like belayers and climbers all over the show wearing the t-shirts. So it's absolutely amazing venue, and the organisers, Commander and her staff, have been absolutely brilliant in welcoming everybody. So for me, it's you know, what can I say? Again, I say this every time, what can I say, but thank you.
You're welcome, John. I did it all for you.
Dan, can I just ask you, did you not have that shirt on last night?
Moving on from that. Right. What I wanted to ask you to do for us is that I'm not sure entirely how many of the crowd that are watching now, as we do have a lot of young families that are watching, friends and people that might not be involved in the sport, that might actually not know what you're trying to do itself. So if you could actually explain what it is, what is Climbers Against Cancer, and we know roughly how it's begun, but talk to us about what you're trying to do with the awareness and the raising money.
Yeah, well, the idea right from the start was more about raising awareness than raising funds, because as we all know, a lot of people support cancer charities. You know, back home in the UK, a lot of people support like Cancer Research UK and Macmillan and things like that. And it's, for me, right from the start, and right from the start with everybody, it was about raising awareness. And I think by doing the donations the way we're doing them, giving £10,000 or the equivalent, like this event on after the semi-finals, we'll be donating I think it's $15,000 to the BC Cancer Foundation on behalf of everybody. So it's not on behalf of me, it's on behalf of everybody that's supporting the charity and their friends and family. And the way, for me, the way to defeat cancer is by being happy and smiling and talking about it, and I've seen that in abundance here, where only the other day I was with about 8 Canadians who all had Climbers Against Cancer t-shirts on, and having talked to them, we're laughing and joking, and one girl said that her sister's got melanoma, and then on top of that, one of the guys said, well, I lost my wife 5 years ago to cancer, you know, so there's a real like sort of empathy there to the cause, and it's, I think as it's growing, it's less about John Ellison. I mean, I know I can speak at the front of it, and it's more about everybody else. It's more about the people out there that are dealing with the same situations, and hopefully by, you know, being happy and laughing and joking, we can actually, I mean, we're laughing and joking about a serious situation, but it's the one way of dealing with it, you know, and it does make people happy. It's quite amazing, really.
Now, this got started because you yourself have cancer, and you decided to do something completely different to what most people would have done at that stage, which is kind of lose it, break down, end up in a bit of a mess, crying and not knowing what the hell to do with yourself. You did the exact opposite of that. You decided you were going to put together a charity, and you were going to go around the world non-stop, because you don't. You're at nearly every climbing competition in the world at the moment. You're jet-setting like mad, using your own funds to do it as well, not taking money from the charity itself. And you're going around and you're selling T-shirts, and you're selling iron-ons and loads of different products. You've got your website set up as well. You're always smiling, you're always pushing for stuff, and you're constantly fighting for this cause. Now, if anyone is at home and you don't know about this, where do they have to go to get involved? What do they have to do, and what do they get for getting involved?
Well, first of all, Dan, thank you very much for the praise there. I mean, it is right. I would like to say to everybody out there, maybe the money that's being raised, people think that we're using it, but nobody has taken any money out of the charity. All the funds that are raised are going direct to research, to help, you know, if we can, to help cure cancer. And the thing is, I do actually pay for my own trips, which is good, but I can't do it without the help of the organisers who have invited me out to the event. And each event I go to, the organisers are actually on board and helping me through, you know, to come out and be able to afford it. But that aside, I think, yeah, it's great that, you know, like we started off with some colourful T-shirts, and to get hold of those, you go on the website, which is www.climbersagainstcancer.org, and there's stories on there. You can share your stories if people have, you know, stories that make them feel sad, then share them on the website. It's a good way of getting that pressure out of the cooker, if you will, and then you can actually, if you want to do it, I mean, again, we're not forcing anybody to wear the T-shirts. It's purely down to choice, you know. And I think you'll see on Monday when we do the donation, the support from, you know, the kids and the adults from around the world. You know, nobody's asking anybody to wear them and force them to wear them. It's just a good cause, you know.
I don't think you need to ask anyone or force them to it. They've become insanely popular. They're at every single event. They're great, by the way, guys. If you haven't seen them, get onto www.climersagainstcancer.org and go and have a look. There's a wide range of colourful, crazy t-shirts. Most, in fact, I think nearly all of the B layers are wearing them. Most of the crowd are wearing them. The athletes have gone mad for them. I've got a couple. You've got to get yourself onto this website and have a look at it. But tell us, John, how much you've raised in total so far.
Yeah, well, so far I've printed off something in the region. When I say something, it's approximately about over 10,500 t-shirts. So in 7 months we've printed 10,500 t-shirts, and we've raised somewhere in the region. When I say somewhere in the region, it's a little bit difficult to give the exact figure at the minute, but we're somewhere in the region of over £120,000, you know.
£120,000?
Yeah.
In how many months?
Well, officially 7 months. The other thing is with that, I mean, obviously people might say, well, that's a lot of money, what have you done with the rest of it? I mean, there is almost £50,000 up to now that I've paid out in invoices, because obviously I have to buy the t-shirts, so we're pretty much clear for 70,000. But the difficulty of arranging these donations, you need the people in the countries to be on board. If everybody's noticed, we're doing the donations at big events if we can, so that we can get more publicity, not for me, but more publicity for the cause and more publicity for climbing. And I mean, it's great to have the IFSC on board because they're backing it, and you know, as we've seen this weekend, Helmut Knabel and Susie Knabel and lots of the other guys that are involved are you know, support the cause. So you know, it's growing fantastically. I mean, I'm really honoured and humbled to be involved with it, you know, and as long as I can, I will keep pushing it forward, as Dan says. You know, I'd like to go to more trips, but obviously I have to do treatments as well, so there's the serious side of it, and there's all the tests and the visits to the chemo unit. But that aside, you know, I'm really happy, and I'm really happy to see so many people happy to support it, especially Dan with his nice Kakai on badge, you know, back and front, which is great. But yeah, I think it's you know, that at this event this weekend, it's really sort of bowled me over, you know. And every time we go from one competition to another, it seems to increase in popularity, and people talk more openly about cancer, which is, you know, I know we're all, you guys watching will all want to be talking about the climbing, which there's some fantastic climbing going on as we speak. But it's nice of Dan and everybody else to give me the time to try and promote Climbers Against Cancer. So thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you, John, for being with us again. Will you come and have a talk prior to the finals? When we've got a nice big audience in, we'll have the same, or a bit smaller, but a brief moment to have a chat ourselves. And then, of course, there's the presentation, which we'll no doubt be showing as well.
Yeah, well, the presentation is happening directly after the semi-finals, and the reason for that is that the organisers want it to go out on the national news in Canada and also in America, so it's a good time to be filmed ready for that. So we'll be doing it straight after the semi-finals, so hopefully everybody will be able to see that live, and yeah, we'll talk about it before the finals kick off, so we'll know what we've done and how the response has been.
Thank you, John. Go and sell some more t-shirts.
My pleasure. Cheers, thank you very much.
Thanks, John. That was John Ellison, the founder of Climbers Against Cancer. Always a privilege to speak to that man. And we'll be speaking to him a little bit later on as well, and you'll get to see the presentation of the monies from the charity. Remember that address if you want to get on there and have a look at this merchandise and help support this cause. It's www.climersagainstcancer.org. So guys, back to the wall. Christoph Halenke, we had a long conversation with him yesterday, number 179, now out on the male junior route. Came very, very close to a top yesterday. Fortunately, he ran into a bit of difficulties at the last stage. 19 years old from Germany. He's been climbing for 8 of those years, so started when he was 11. And it was inspired by his brother, who once took him climbing. Also a gymnast as well. He's now over on the blue route. Okay, and now, as I promised yesterday and said that I wanted to have a conversation, you've just got down. Hannah Schubert is with me. How are you?
Very nice. It was very hard.
Do you want me to give you 5 seconds to catch your breath?
Yeah.
Okay, you sit there and have a breather. There's some water there. Look, you can help yourself to some water. I'm just going to do a little look around at who else is here while Hannah's just catching her breath. Christoph Halenke there. We've got an Austrian athlete just coming down, and our next rotation's about to happen, I think. We're about to get a few more athletes up here on the wall. For Germany, Anna Verhoeven now just starting off, number 83 on female youth A. Over on the yellow route for us at the moment. A good performance from her yesterday. Climbing next to her teammate Christoph Halenke, who is looking for a top here. He's going to be keen to get one after yesterday just missing out on that top. So we look forward to seeing him climb. Hannah, have you got your breath?
Yes.
How was the climb?
Yeah, very nice. But the route yesterday was a little bit better.
In general, or because it suited your style more? What was it about the route yesterday that you liked more?
Yeah, yesterday was more my style.
What about the routes here then that you've climbed on? We've got Laurent Lepore and Reini Fichtinger that are setting these for you. Is it the kind of route that you're used to climbing on from back home, or is it a difference in any way at all? Are the grades any more difficult or easier for you?
Yeah, it's similar to our routes at home because yeah, the style is very similar.
Now, you won last year down on the beach in Singapore, which is one of my favourite moments still, watching you just fall on your knees in the sand and just go, what is going on? So you're now reigning champion, although you're moving it up into a different category this year, you're not. So you're over in A now, and you've then still got juniors yet to come. But I know that your personal goal is to end up going for the senior seasons as well. What have you been doing in terms of what's the goal for you, the long-term goal?
What's my goal for the long? Yeah, I want to win the youth championships one more time, or the senior championships would be very nice, the world championships, and also win World Camps.
So are you trying to follow on in your brother's footsteps? Are we going to see you at the World Championships trying to take the lead title there?
Yes, I hope so.
How strange would it be if both of you, the two Schuberts, were at the top of the podium on either side? Are we going to see that one day, yeah?
Yeah, that would be very nice.
Okay, talk to me a bit about your training back at home and how often per week you're training and how long for?
I train 5 times a week and 3 or 4 hours.
And do you have your own personal assigned trainer, or is it more of a group thing? You're working with some of the other athletes?
Yeah, 2 times a week I train with a trainer, but always in a group with other athletes, and yeah, it is always very nice.
Do you include just general fitness training? Do you do like cardiovascular work off the wall, like in a gym or running or biking, or is there any sort of regime other than climbing that they include in your training?
Yeah, sometimes I went running, but not very often because it's very hard and I don't like it very much.
So they're trying to make you run, but you just don't want to go?
No.
Fair enough, I get that. I don't like running either. You've got straps on the neck at the moment. Is it an injury or what is it?
No, it's not serious, but it hurts a little bit and so it helps. Yeah.
So how's that come about? Is that just from training so hard that you're just getting a bit of an ache there, or was it a strain injury? Or
no, it's always with sleep and always like that, a little bit, yeah.
And that just limbers up a little bit. It just makes it a little bit easier to relax into it.
Yeah, it helps a little bit because with the long fly, and it was very nice to have that.
When did you guys get here? How long have you had to adjust to being here?
We flew 14 hours and we arrived on Wednesday in Vancouver and then Thursday here.
So are you all still a little bit jet lagged and still like waking up at 4 in the morning like it's bright and early?
Yeah, it's strange a little bit, but it gets better and better.
Right, so 2 fantastic climbs here for you in the qualifications. We're going to be seeing you through to the semis by the look of things. Who, for you, have you got your eyes on in the youth A female that you're worried about coming up against in the final?
What, sorry?
Are you worried about coming up against any of the other athletes here in the final? Who's your main competition?
Sorry, I don't know. Who is what?
Your main competition from the other athletes. Are you worried about any of the others being good in the final?
Yeah, Jessica is so strong, and I'm very proud of her because, yeah, she's one of my best friends, and I think she could win here again.
She was incredible at over in IMPS just recently, making it through to the finals in the senior category as well. When do we get to see you coming onto the senior cups?
I don't know exactly, maybe next year start 1 or 2, but I'm not sure.
Is that your choice? Is that something that you want to wait a little bit longer before you start doing the seniors?
Because it's not, I think it's not good to start World Cups too early.
Hannah, I wish you all the best. It's always a pleasure to speak to you. We'll speak a little bit later on, maybe the semis or the final.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, Hannah. That was Hannah Schubert, Jakob Schubert's younger sister, previous world champion from last year in Singapore, if you remember, down on the beach. And that was an incredible moment as well. If you can find it on the IFSC's channel, I'd recommend you watching it. That was one of the most emotional responses I think I've ever seen to finding out that you've just won something. We have Gillian Bester here for South Africa, now climbing on the female junior route. She has 4 years of competitive climbing behind her. And she started because her mother put a harness on her after she started free climbing up next to her. It's a risky way to start, I like it. Best results first in the South African Youth Nationals. And also a keen horse rider, she's number 2. And you can see her over on the female junior route. We have Hannes Puman putting on quite a show here. Fantastic result yesterday, and we're going to have a chat to him now as well. He's another one that I've been saving until today. I didn't want to exhaust too many of the athletes yesterday by just chatting to all of them at once. And Hannes said he's going to come over and have a chat with us. Incredible top there on male youth A, which was the male juniors route. Some of the junior athletes were struggling with yesterday. Not so for Hannes Puman. 2 incredible climbs, looking exceptionally strong in the male youth A category. Akia Tajima just starting off now on female youth B. The 14-year-old athlete's been climbing for 4 years. She's just starting off on the purple route you can see there. Well, I'll talk about her a little bit more in a moment. I was going to say, Hannah's catch your breath, but you seem pretty calm and collected. So come and grab a seat and let's have a chat. Right, an incredible climb, another one, and yesterday as well, another very, very easy climb for you. You've had an incredible year as well behind you. Tell us about some of your previous results and what you've been doing for the past year.
I've been competing, and this summer we were on like a trip for 3 weeks, and then we competed in one World Cup, the Senior European Championship, and the Junior European Championship.
And how did you do?
In the World Cup I got to the semifinals, and I won the European Championship Youth.
So you are currently the European Youth Champion.
Yeah.
And you're here now competing to be the World Youth Champion.
Yeah.
How are you finding the walls?
They're not like my style. I like more overhanging, but yeah.
Well, you clearly walked your way up that one. That wasn't too tricky for you at all. Compared to yesterday, how was this one?
That one yesterday was a little bit harder, but I don't know.
So talk to me about the team that you've got with you here now then, and how many are with you and how they got here.
It's me and a girl, Katrin, and our coach, Nikki. Yeah, we flew here.
No, I didn't mean how you got here. Was it a boat or a car or what? No, I meant how you get to this level of competing. Is there stages that you have to beat other athletes at national competitions, or is it just that your talent spotted? How do you get to be on the Swedish team being here?
I don't know. It's like it isn't so many juniors that compete in Sweden. It's in Swedish Championship juniors, it's like 2 or 3 people only. So yeah, Katrin and I won Swedish Championship.
So you won the Swedish Championships and then were invited to come to this comp because obviously you'd podiumed at home.
Yeah.
Right, I'm with you. You've been climbing for only 6 years. which I find really interesting considering you're 15. So you started when you were 9, which actually, when you look at a lot of the climbers, is quite late. Tell us how you got involved in climbing.
I don't know. I just wanted to try it, and then when I tried it, it was really fun. So,
was it outdoor? Was it at a gym? How did you?
It was in a gym. Where we live, it's not so much outdoor climbing.
Well, Hannes, you've put on an incredible performance here. You've had the European Youth Championship title underneath your belt. You are gunning clearly for the World Youth Championship title here as well. Thank you for coming and chatting to us. Will you talk to us as we go towards the finals?
Yeah.
Hannes, thank you. I'm going to let you go and relax. Cheers, buddy.
So we'll let Jessica get into some of her routes. And we've got another Canadian climber out. Number 241, that's Tristan Gosling. I said we have a Canadian climber, Tristan Gosling. There you go. Hongi Kim is up on the male juniors route. Looking like a top here for Japan.
Okay, so I said yesterday you got to keep your eyes out for some of these athletes, and here's another one for you now over on the female junior route. It is Magdalena Roek. Her brother is here as well competing, and he's another one to watch, Bernard Roek. But Magdalena Roek is here now climbing this one for the female junior route. Just incredible performance throughout this last few years on the senior World Cups, as well as still being young enough to compete here at the World Youth Championships. She is challenging Mina Markovic, or was at the last comp in Imst. They were neck and neck throughout the competition. She was incredible at the European Championships as well. She makes finals at nearly every senior event she partakes in. Magdalena Roek for Austria. This is Austria's gem. This is the star now. This is the new uprising Joanna Ernst, almost, of Austria. She's the next generation. Magdalena Roek now. And you can see just how ease she is on the wall. So keep eyes out for them. Okay, so our next few athletes are just coming out now. We have on the wall for Canada. Over on the yellow route now, female youth A. You can probably hear them all kicking up a bit of a storm from the crowd behind us. Amy Sutley, 17 years old, number 42, representing Canada, been climbing for 9 years. Came first at the 2013 Youth Nationals. The local centre or home gym is in Calgary. Who's joining us from there? Have we got any home support? If we have, let us know that you're joining us at Calgary Gym. Amy now on the wall. New athletes out as well for the USA and for Korea. Over on female youth B at the moment. Number 132 is Grace McKeon. She put in a great performance yesterday, and Grace now starting off on the purple route. Next to her, number 184 for Korea. On the male juniors is Cho Sung-woon over on the blue route. And in the male youth A category on the green route at the moment, number 243, and that is Naoki Shimatani, another one that put in a fantastic performance yesterday on his climb. Looking to move forward into the semis. Now, for those of you that don't know the formatting or how these competitions work, we take 26 athletes through to the semi-finals, and then we whittle it down to just 8 for the finals as well. Over on the female junior climb now. This athlete came out and surprised us yesterday from Mexico by putting in a very, very strong performance over on the purple route, which was female juniors yesterday. Currently got Grace over on that one now for female youth B, but she's over on female junior. This is Maldonado, Claudia Maldonado, got the tongue tied then. 18 years old, from Mexico. She's been climbing for 13 years. This is another one that we would expect to see moving at the very least through to the semi-finals and possibly the final as well. She's from Onyx as well. We've seen quite a few of those guys. Yamamoto over on male youth B for Canada at the moment. Simon Yamamoto, 6 years this man's been climbing, only 15 years old, male youth B, the orange route at the moment. Another load of support kicking up from behind us for the Canada athletes. Canmore Bouldering Cave is the local centre or home gym. Again, hello to you guys if you are watching. The favourite place to climb is in the Rockies in Bow Valley. 2 times national champion Simon Yamamoto on the orange route now for Canada. Female Youth A category climber for RSA. Over on the yellow route at the moment, Annabelle Slabert. Annabelle Slabert now for RSA. Green top over on the yellow route, far left-hand side. 16 years old. Has only been climbing for a year and a half and started through school. Has already got a gold medal at the regionals in 2012 and a silver medal at the regionals for both 2013 and also the nationals 2012 as well. Favourite place to climb is the Boneyard at Kloof Gorge. Annabelle Slabert, unfortunately just falling a little bit early on that one. very close for Grace as well. On the female youth B. For Japan, quickly approaching a top here if you can keep calm and get through these last few moves on the roof. Naoki, we saw yesterday, very, very strong. Another potential competitor for the finals. The male youth A category. Maldolano still powering her way up the female junior route as well. Number 5 from Mexico. Well, there it was, a top there for Naoki. We will be seeing him in the semis. Number 44 for Mexico moves out onto the yellow route now for female youth A. It is Fernanda del Cande Carmona for Mexico. Has been climbing for 3 years. Another one from Onyx. Biggest influence is her uncle. Helped her in her career to start climbing. Maldonado is now down on the ground again. A good effort there, but we're seeing quite a few of the athletes over on the red route falling at that point towards that little roof section. So we got a route clean going on at the moment. Over on female youth B, the purple route, that's going to be cleaned now. So Ruben is back out. We had a bit of a chat to him yesterday. Number 244, Ruben Fernenberg, the younger of the two Fernenberg brothers, competing in the male youth A categories over on the green route now. He's only 16 years old and has been climbing for 11 years. Started when he was 5 years old. Started in Italy whilst he was on holiday there. First place at the overall European Youth Climbing Cups in 2012. Two times first place at the European Youth Cups. One in Imst, one in Kran in 2012. So 2 gold medals at the UYCs. 7th at Imst 2011, 14th at Singapore 2012. Other interests and hobbies include playing the guitar and surfing. I suppose 2 pretty good side sports for climbers. You've got the balance side of things. I'm sure Ruben would be pretty good on slabs if he's a keen surfer. And then you got guitar playing as well. We see a lot of athletes that play instruments. Jorg Verhoeven is a very, very good pianist. And Sean McCall, actually, classically trained pianist as well. Helps with the hand strength. Elise Sethner. We had a lovely chat to Elise yesterday. Number 6. You can see her over on the red route at the moment, climbing for Canada. Another big hope for the Canadian team here. 19 years old. She started at the Banff Mountain Film Festival. She was inspired by the videos she saw there and decided to start getting involved. Local centre and home gym is the Kingston Bouldering Co-op and the Canmore Bouldering as well. She's a second-year commerce student at Queen's University. Also likes running and swimming, which would be great for the cardiovascular side. These endurance sort of routes, the long, drawn-out, sustained routes, she should be quite good on stuff like that. Favorite place to climb is Mallorca in Spain. 4-time national champion and 9th place at the Vail World Cup in bouldering. Elise Sethna, that was a senior event as well, if you remember. Oh, unfortunately an early fall though here for her, around the roof. Would have expected to see her going at least double that. I mean, the second roof has been seeing a lot of athletes come down, that point where they have to start moving over into the left a little bit, up towards that accurate pocket, the collection of 4 holes that are all bunched together at the top there. We've seen some athletes falling there. Unfortunately, an early fall around the roof here for Elise. Hopefully, her results from yesterday, that first climb for her, should be enough to see her through to the semi-finals, and she'll be able to make up for it there. We've got a route clean going on still over on the female youth B wall, which is the purple route, so don't worry, you're not missing anything over there. And Ruben is still pushing forward, number 244 for Germany, over on the Youth A category. So over now on the yellow route again, female Youth A, Rachel Seeley-Fisher from South Africa. She's been climbing for 4 years, got involved through a friend in climbing, and this is her first World Youth Championship. Home gym is The Barn. Back home. Hello to you guys if you are joining us to watch Rachel climb now. She came 3rd at the Nationals in 2012 back home. Favorite place to climb is City Rock, and the biggest influence for her is her coach, but unfortunately, again, another early fall here. Ruben's starting to look a little bit pumped now. You can see he's trying to control his breathing here. He was trying to shake out a moment ago, but it just wasn't a comfortable enough point to take too long a rest. And one of the things that quite a few of the athletes said yesterday when this was the juniors route was, this is the kind of route that you just have to keep pushing for. You've got to keep moving on this route. You don't get much of a chance to rest. There's a little point just before the roof, which is now starting to approach. There's a possible opportunity for one, but he's only 6-7 moves away from the top here. He's got this nice roof sequence to come with that spin, moving up towards the stalactite before he's able to get that final clip in. And from now, really, there you go. He's got this point here where he's able to shake out a little bit, but he's going to keep moving by the looks. And these last few moves are vital for him, hopefully earning himself a place through into the semi-finals. For Ecuador, then, it's Edward Acosta, number 186, over now on the male juniors route. 19 years of age, has been climbing for 7 years. He started because he was curious. Great answer on that one. Biggest influence is Ramon Julian. Ramone. Huge name in senior climbing as well, Ramone. I could go off for quite a while about him, but I'm not going to. I'm going to stick with Edward Acosta. First place at the national competition in 2013. Also into football. Ruben, unfortunately, just falling in that interesting roof section we were talking about with that spin. A good effort, though, there. Hopefully it's enough to see him through to the semi-finals. Another athlete for Israel out as well now on female juniors. Two athletes from Ecuador over on the left-hand side of our wall here as well. How's everyone doing? Are we enjoying the World Youth Champs? Come and say hello to us. You can get involved on Twitter by using the hashtag WYCH2013. So Domen is out on the wall here now, on the blue route. This is the guy to watch out for. This is where you need to be casting your eyes right now. Over to the male junior route, the blue route, Domen Skofic, 19 years old from Slovenia. And I'm going to be chatting to Domen as soon as he gets down from the wall here. It's another one of those guys that I wanted to chat to today. One of the perks. Great young climber, really putting on a good show for the seniors as well, making it through to finals in the senior World Cups. Not only still competing in the junior category of the World Youth Champs. This is what I mean. These are where we're finding some of our stars of tomorrow on the senior circuit. And also now number 245 is quite far up actually at the moment. On the male youth A route, it's Koronaga Kichiro of Japan, 17 years old. Has been climbing since 2006. Was third in the youth B category in Imst back in 2011. He's from Pump 1. That's his home gym, but it's also his favourite place to climb. Keen photographer as well, and he's now on the green route climbing here. Italian athlete doing pretty well here as well, over on male youth B. But for Mexico, number 9 as well, over on the female junior route, Cristina Diaz Enchanis, 17 years old. Been climbing for 7 years and started climbing through a summer course. Unfortunately, Shiro coming down there a little bit too early, but he had a good climb yesterday as well, so hopefully that should be enough. Number 252 over on the male youth B category at the moment. Putting on quite the show here. It's Stefano Canati for Italy. Very, very nice finish here for him. He's going to get that clip in now. Domen going strong as well. And there's Molly. There's that Molly Thompson-Smith just starting off over on the yellow route. But what a fantastic climb there for Stefano. Okay, just as he's finished up, he's just catching his breath here a little bit, getting down, but I'm with Stefano. You've just climbed on the Youth B route. You've just topped the Youth B route. How was the climb?
I didn't climb very well. I'm quite tired. In fact, also yesterday, I didn't do very well.
That was a top. What do you mean you didn't climb very well? What's that all about?
It was quite easy. There are a lot of big rest.
So yesterday you didn't think you climbed very well either, but okay. So is it because are you a little bit jet lagged still? Are you still on Italy time?
Yes, yes.
So when did you get here? When did you arrive in Canada?
We arrived 3 days ago.
And you're still in the other time zone? You're still in Italy time zone?
Yes.
So how did you get started? Is this your first World Youth Championship?
No, I also did the World Youth Championship last year in Singapore.
And so you're going to be moving through the junior category. Are we expecting to see you coming onto the World Cups in the next few years?
I don't know.
Would you like to be there? Fingers crossed, maybe?
Yes, maybe.
And how did you get started? How did you start climbing?
I started 5 years ago with my parents.
With your parents?
Yes.
Are they both climbers as well?
Yes, my father.
I know, fantastic effort here. Thank you very much for coming and talking with us. That was Stefano. I'm going to collar Domen before he disappears. Pretty easy then?
I don't know. On the end, it was like quite tricky. It was a bit slippery. I don't know. Maybe it's a little humid or something. But yeah, otherwise it was pretty okay and a good route. I enjoyed it a lot.
That's what I was going to ask you next. I was going to say, compared to yesterday and then this climb again now, this long one that we're seeing the Youth A on now, was that harder than this one today, or which one would you prefer?
That one was definitely harder. This one was just, I don't know, it was a bit scary on the footholds. They were quite slippery. I was climbing before last and they were like quite slippery already. So yeah, that was the only problem with this route. I was quite afraid of the slab. When I came to the roof, it was okay. So that one's definitely harder.
But out of the two, which is more, would you say, your style? Do you think this one is more and that's why that's harder, or is it just because of the footholds? I mean, for you, what kind of a climber would you say you are? Do you say you're technical or more power-based, dynamic, static? What kind of a climber are you?
I don't know. I like everything. The only thing that I really don't like, but I'm really training on it, are crimps. I usually came off when the crimps came, like I was getting pumped pretty fast or something. But yeah, I trained them a lot this year, because this year all the competitions had a lot of crimps. So yeah, I did a pretty good job on training. So
it's because you did so well last year. They're like, oh, Domen's coming back, we're going to have to put crimps on everything so that he has problems. That's what that was.
Yeah, probably, I don't know.
How have you found your transition into the senior cups? Because you're still very young yourself, you're still competing here at the World Youths. For you, moving into the senior level grading, has it been a shock, or have you found it quite a nice transition?
For me, it was like really cool, because I could compete with the with the legends and that stuff. So for me, I'm like more nervous on the youth competitions than on World Cups, because I don't know, it's just, it's a good feeling to, compete with such great names and, to beat them or something, Here
you actually find that it relaxes you more to be climbing with the athletes that are the most talented out there.
Yeah, for sure.
And is it fear of the unknowns that might be here at the World Youth that makes you a little bit nervous here? Or what's that?
I don't know, not that, but it's, you have to cancel the feeling that you have to win, You have to just enjoy. Everybody knows, for me, that, I don't know, you have to win, So you have to be relaxed at that point and cancel it out, because a lot of people think like, yeah, Domen will win it easily, but it's not like that, It's still hard.
You think it's the pressure of other people saying, yeah, you're going to just walk it?
Yeah, for sure, because a lot of people do that. A lot of people say, yeah, it's easy for you, On the World Cups, nobody expects. So there it's like, it's easier. It's easier.
It's a really bizarre attitude to have, but I quite like it. It's that idea that the pressure of people expecting you to win is always a negative thing for you. And if you are one of the unknowns, you can just kind of be the dark horse, win when no one's watching you, kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, that's it.
Now I wanted to. I've got your sheet here in front of me that because I've got a lot of information on you anyway, and you're laughing already, I know you are. I've got a lot of information on you already, but I passed these around to the athletes because I don't know a lot of these guys. There's 500 of you, and I wanted to find out a bit more information. Now, down here on biggest influence. Now, I have to ask, you've put monkeys. Monkeys are your biggest influence. Now, is that the band, the animal, or is that you just winding me up? What's that all about?
It's an animal. I don't know. I was joking.
Your favorite place to climb here? You've put Earth.
Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know. It's hard to say what's the best place. I like Spain. I like France. I don't know. Maybe I'll like America when I come there. So yeah, Earth is the best place to climb.
Not Mars or the Moon. We don't like climbing there.
I don't know. For now, not, because it's hard to get there.
Talk to me a little bit about your training back at home. Are you still training predominantly on a boulder-only wall?
Yeah, but recently, I don't know, half a year ago, we built a bigger one. Yeah, it's like 10 meters long and 5 meters high. One side is 40 degrees overhang, 120. So I have a really good training space now. Before I trained on a wall 10 square meters, and it was like 2 meters and 30 centimeters high. And yeah, it was hard to train there, but now it's like really good to train.
What kind of stuff are you doing training with the coaches and stuff? What kind of regime are they putting you on? Is it tough? Are you doing quite a lot of training at home?
I train alone, so I have no trainer except the national one when we have national trainings. At home I train just what I like. I don't know. If I came on training and I like to climb boulders, I climb boulders. If I come on a training and I like to do routes, I do routes. So yeah, just climbing.
Every day?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Usually I have 4 days in a row and 1 day of a rest day, and then again like 4 days or something. It depends on the skin or how I feel. So that's okay for me if I don't have a trainer, because I know myself really good what I need. And also in competitions I see what I need, you know, and I train that. So
now for you, climbing on a predominantly a bouldering only gym, or starting at least until this new wall has been built like half a year ago, do you think, because we're seeing a lot of the senior athletes cross over and do boulder and lead now, it seems to become more popular for athletes to do both and be multidisciplined. What for you, do you think there is a vast advantage of training for bouldering for a lead competition, or do you think it can sometimes be a disadvantage?
it definitely is an advantage if you train boulders, because I trained them this year and I think I'm much better in lead also. But I don't know, maybe if you do all the World Cups you're trashed, and yeah, it's probably because of that. But otherwise it's good to train boulders because you're strong on the moves that are like hard for you before, you know. So I think it's good to do it. Maybe next year I start World Cup too, like in bouldering, but I didn't do it this year and the years before because of youth comps. It's just too many competitions.
And is this your last year at the World Youths? Is this the year that you will age out for next year?
Yeah, it's the last year, so
this is
the last year youth comp. So.
And once that's out the way, you've got more opportunities to then start moving into the World Cups. Now you've got this. You've got quite a few nice little notches on your belt already from the World Cups. You've been doing very, very well there. What do you think has been the biggest influence on you as a person for moving into the World Cups? I mean, is there any particular athletes there that you've sort of bonded with, become friends with, and that have inspired you to push forward?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know, when I knew all these guys, you know, Jakob and Magnus, and yeah, it's they're like really good people, and it's good to climb with them, you know. And yeah, for sure, the biggest influence are the finalists. So I don't know, I watch how they climb and I learn from them. So
you found it quite welcoming moving into the seniors. They were pretty much like arm around you. Yeah, come on, let's go and climb together. Is it quite a relaxed, nice, happy atmosphere to be in?
Yeah, for sure. At first they don't know you, so you have to, like, I don't know, come to them, and you know, after route observation you ask them something, and then they, you know, you have to do it step by step, and then yeah, it's a really cool atmosphere. I really like to compete in World Cups.
And we're seeing you on the rest of the season this year for the World Cups, the lead?
Yeah, probably.
Definitely for Purs?
Yeah, Purs and Russia and China also. Every World Cup. Or even the only problem could be if something comes in between, you know, I don't know. But I think in plan I have everything. So.
Domen, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, but I'm going to be speaking to you towards semis and finals as well, and I'm going to let you go and rest off now.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, 1-4-1 over now on male juniors. Takata Tomaki, 18 years old, from Japan, has only been climbing for 3 years and got involved through high school club activities, came third at the Asia Youth Championships, and his favorite place to climb in the whole world is back home at his home gym. If any of you are joining us to watch Takata, do say hello, get involved. Lovely to speak to Domen, always is. It was a nightmare when you're trying to ask him what he likes most about climbing on a sheet. I could have gone on for a while about some of the answers Domen's filled in on that sheet. Okay, so now we have another clean going on. Over on female youth A, Raina is up there cleaning that one. We've got an Aussie athlete now up on the male youth A category. Male youth A, number 191. That's Jared Jordan. Tell you what, we might have a bit of a conversation with Jared when he gets down. Okay, so Alison Stewart-Patterson's just starting off for Canada on the female junior route. I have Jared with me. I'm just going to give him a couple of minutes so you can catch your breath, then we'll have a conversation. I'll introduce Alison to you. 19 years old, climbing for Canada. She's been climbing for 13 years, so from the age of 6. And she's from here, Boulder's Climbing Gym. I've got Commander in front of me, clearly with a bit of an invested interest in this climber, maybe. Say again?
Yes. She lives in my basement.
That sounds quite disturbing. Do you ever let her out?
Only to climb and train.
Commander, obviously running the home gym here, and Alison Stewart-Patterson coming from there. But now that he's had a bit of a rest, I'm going to have a brief chat with Jared. I know there's a lot of guys tuning in from Australia to watch you guys climb. Jared, how have you found the routes here?
Yeah, no, they've been really good. I've been looking at them, fun moves. Just a bit above my ability. I'd like to come and try them again, obviously, when it's all done. Didn't get a chance to last year, but no, I really like the setting. I think it's an improvement from last year.
And what have you been doing between last year and this year? How has it been back at home? I mean, has the training stepped up? What have you been up to?
I think in the last few years I've had time to watch TV, movies, but now that I have school, I just stepped up my training, and school and training is just all I do. Lots of laps, lots of traverses, things like that to get my endurance going, but it's been a pretty full-on year.
So are you training, you said laps then? Are you doing a lot of cardio, like running, cardiovascular sort of work? Or?
Oh no, climbing laps, up, down, up, down, up, down, things like that. Yeah, I hate them.
But is it with the team that you all train together, or is it separately that you're doing it on your own, or how does it work?
Yeah, there's a few people from Sydney, I'm from Sydney, that I train with, but we are from Brisbane, Melbourne, all over the place, so usually it's just with me, people who aren't here. But this is one of the Nationals is the last time I've seen most of the team, so it's a really good opportunity to catch up with them.
Do you have a big team meeting before you come out to this sort of stuff? Is it Rob that's calling you all up saying get here and we need to have a talk about where we're going? And do you have like maybe a camp where you guys get together for the week beforehand before you come out? How does it work?
We had a camp about 4 weeks beforehand. We all came to Sydney, did training, we talked through how we should be feeling, to focus and everything before the camp, and also a good bonding kind of thing. But apart from that, that's really the only time we have to get together.
It's a shame. I mean, it's because it's such a vast place and you all live in different areas. It's a shame that you don't get to meet up more often. Talk to me about climbing in Australia and how that's going on over there. Is it a growing sport? Do you think it's getting more recognised, or is it still kind of like the underdog?
Oh, it's definitely the underdog, but I think slowly it's getting there. I mean, it is nowhere near Europe or America. I had, I think, 9 or 10 people in my age group. We had 22 in opens for nationals, so really not many people. But I can definitely see it growing. The gyms are trying to get more involved in comps and things, so it's really going to be good.
Getting distracted by all the noise that's going on behind us. Who are we looking out for on your team? Who are the athletes that you think we're going to see pushing for the semis and finals?
Yeah, beforehand, I think we've stepped up the training, we've changed the qualification process, so really it was all, I think we're going to get in the semis, it was a real possibility. Now I think there is maybe one or two. Roxy, if you saw her, she was placed 26th, so pretty stressful situation. She's probably our best contender. But there's also Matt, who you would have just seen. I think they're our biggest contenders for finals. Our Open A champion for Australia is here. He didn't do as well as expected.
Is this Cam?
What's that?
Campbell? Is this Campbell?
Oh no, it's Sam Bowman. Yeah. But I think this is his second last year, and I think if he starts to train because it's really close to us, I think he can have a really good shot next year.
Jared, thank you for coming and talking to us. I wish you all the best, and I hope to speak to you again.
Thank you.
So Tina Johnson-Hafsas now over on the female junior route, the red route here. She's 19 years old, from Norway, as you can see. Bib number 13. She's been climbing for 6 years. And we do see her as well in the World Cups. She's climbing at the World Cup level as well. She was first at the European Youth Cup, individual 3 times and overall. Third at the World Youth Championship in 2011. 14th at the World Cup, at a World Cup in 2013, and third at the European Youth Championships in 2013 as well. She got involved with climbing via a coincidence, which if I manage to find her, I'll have to ask her what that coincidence was. Biggest influences are her coach and her mother, and previous World Youth Championship results. Looking at these, 7th at Singapore, 3rd at Imst, and 19th at Edinburgh 2010. Tina Johnson-Hafsas now out in female junior, the red route there as well. This next athlete out, number 94, that's over on the female youth B, climbing wall now. The purple route is Nishikori Misato, 14 years old, from Japan, has only been climbing for 5 years. And she came second in the Youth B category at the Japan Youth Championship this year, 2013. Her home gym is Cero, C-E-R-O, and that's also her favourite place to climb. She's now just past the halfway point on the female Youth B category wall. Nishikori Misato. So we're just having a bit of a switch around here. It's looking like the route setters are getting set to do some cleaning. I think over on female youth B. Well, Shauna Coxey is joining us on the Twitter feed, saying nice one to Molly, and fingers crossed for some GB climbers in the semis tomorrow. Hiya, Shauna. Oh, Jana Vinkakova is here as well, 16-year-old athlete from the Czech Republic. Another one to possibly keep your eyes peeled for. Number 50, bib number 50. She's over on the yellow route, the one on the far left, the female youth A category. 16 years old, has been climbing for 9 years. First place at the European Youth Cup in Kran, 2012. Biggest influence is Kim Yain, which no doubt quite a few other young athletes have the same influences as well. Emily Gerhardt is now over on the female youth B. So it's actually male youth B that's being cleaned at the moment by the route setting team. Emil Gerhardt, 14 years old, on the female youth B route at the moment for Germany, has been climbing for 6 years and started with her parents. She was 5th at the European Youth Cup in Edinburgh 2013 and 11th at IMSCH 2013 as well. I'll try and pronounce this as best as I possibly can, but the local centre or home gym is Karlsruhe. It's Karlsruhe. Karlsruhe. And if you are joining us from that home gym, let us know. Get in touch with us on Twitter using the hashtag WYCH2013. Josh Levin up on the wall now, number 144, over on the male junior category route. And as I said earlier, I will be collaring him as soon as he gets down so we can have a bit of a chat. Been quite a while since I interviewed Josh. So we'll have a catch up with him when he gets down from the wall in a few moments. I believe this is our last climber in the female junior category. Oh, second to last maybe. For Belgium, number 15, Gerrit Emily, 18 years old, has been climbing since she was 5. And got involved because her sisters were climbers as well. Her biggest influences listed here are Angela Eiter and Johanna Ernst. No prizes for guessing why that is. Favourite places to climb include Fontainebleau. She was 5th in the European Youth Cup in IMSCH 2012 and also 10th at the European Youth Championship in Gemozak in 2012 as well. And Josh Levin, not bad effort there at all. He's swinging down into the arena now. Not a bad climb there at all for Josh. We'll be having a chat to him as soon as he's caught his breath here.
support for our Korean climber, that is Min Seung Kim of South Korea on the female youth A.
So as I mentioned, we're just having one of the routes being cleaned at the moment, male youth B, by the route setters here. Starting to bring out a few more athletes now. Another athlete for Canada about to come out onto female youth B. And we're still over with our Belgium athlete on female juniors at the moment as well. So we're starting to move to the end of our female juniors category. David Fernenberg now moving out onto the ground as well. And Josh Levin, who's just got down for the USA, is just shaking out a little bit and catching his breath. And in a moment, we'll be talking to Josh and having a bit of a catch-up. So David now moves out onto the male junior route. Another one to keep your eyes peeled for. We would look forward to seeing him in at least the semi-finals. So watch out for that one as well. But as he is here and he's had a couple of moments, I'm going to have a brief chat now with Josh. How are you?
Doing pretty well, thank you. It's good competition so far. We've had a really big US team come out, and it's a lot of support, and it's really fun just because it's like almost local for us. A lot of the kids from the States that made the US team are actually from the Seattle area, so it's really close for them, and I'm from California, so that's nice. Not too big of a trip, but a lot of fun so far.
How long does it take you to get up here then from California? Are you driving up?
No, I had a flight. I was actually at the World Games in Colombia about 2 weeks ago, competing in speed climbing, so I had a flight out of Cali, Colombia, flew into San Francisco on a Monday night, and then the next day I actually flew straight from there up to here. So I had quite an epic experience, but it's still pretty good. But the flight from San Francisco here was only about 2 hours. Not too bad.
So are you going to be competing in speed here as well?
Absolutely. I've been training really hard. I just got a personal best time of 7.49 seconds at the World Games. So I feel like that's pretty respectable for how all the competition is going to unfold. Hopefully I can put up some nice clean runs tomorrow. I'm really excited. And we have some really, really good kids in the team this year, especially in speed climbing. One of my friends, John Ellison, just put up a 7:09 time, or 7:07, excuse me. But we're really looking for a lot of podiums and medals this year, hopefully, especially just since we had the wall to train on for the 2 weeks before this competition.
So if any of you are new to the whole idea of speed climbing and you're not entirely sure what the sport is all about, that's a 15-meter climb in 7.07 seconds that Josh is talking about. Now, I always like to say I don't know whether I could run 15 meters in 7.07 seconds, but you know, it's incredible. If you want to watch that, we'll be bringing that to you live just like today. Tomorrow we move through the qualification rounds and into the finals as well. Josh, what kind of training have you been doing since last year? Because it's been quite a while since I've spoke to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been doing a lot more training with the Zero Gravity team, and I've been in Boston I'm going to my first year at university. I'm about to go back my second, and it's been really good because I've been able to get a lot of really good training in the gym and outdoors. I actually had the opportunity to train with world-class Charlotte Durif, and she came over to study at MIT for a couple months, so I got to train with her before the US Open Nationals. That was a really cool experience. She has just so much knowledge and competition experience from all of her competitions that she's done. It was really cool just to climb with her and watch her and be able to like feed off her energy a little bit and hopefully give her a little energy to feed off too. So that was really fun.
How are the facilities in Boston then? Have you got a nice little setup there for training?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a couple of gyms there that I've been training at over the last winter. And then just recently there are two brand new facilities that opened up. One is Central Rock in Watertown. The other one is Brooklyn Boulders, and that's in somewhere in downtown Boston. Both of them are world-class facilities. They have a speed wall there, and hopefully we'll be able to get a lot of big competitions up in there. But it's really good atmosphere. Like everyone's super supportive, and everyone's really stoked in climbing and competing. So I really like being out there. Absolutely.
Now you're doing quite a lot of comps at the moment over in the US and in the States, aren't you? You've done quite a year of them, but you're also still at university as well. Is it quite taxing to know that you're training like mad, competing, and that you've got uni to compete with as well?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. I mean, everyone's got to keep up with it somehow, but I really like challenging myself in a variety of different areas. I feel like it gives you something to really work on at all points in time. Like, if I just had climbing or just had studying or just had my social life, it would like go for a while, but I really like having the ability to challenge myself in as many areas as possible, and it just makes it a lot of fun and gives you something to look forward to. And I've actually been the most psyched on climbing I've ever been, just because you study all day and you get off for a break. You're like, oh yeah, I'm really excited to go climbing now. So it's been a lot of fun, and I'm really enjoying going there, and I'm really excited for next year too.
Are you thinking at all about maybe challenging yourself by coming over to the World Cups at all?
Yeah, the thing is, it's really challenging for any U.S. or Canadian athletes to go over and compete at the World Cup circuit, just because we don't have any government aid or financial assistance. So basically, the entire World Cup circuit you'd have to pay for by yourself or help with some sponsors. So that's one, downside of living in such an awesome country where we have all these big pro competitions, but can't really go to many World Cups unless you really, really put in the effort and time and money in order to get out there. So I really hope so. My general plan is to hopefully finish off my studies in the next couple of years, and then hopefully head over and do a couple of bouldering and lead World Cups. So that should be really fun. But in the meantime, really looking forward to next year's World Championships in Spain. Those should be really good. I'm qualified for speed already, so hopefully I can qualify for a couple more, and it'll be fun.
They start doing the qualifiers for that early?
Well, so I won the Speed Continental Championships in South America last year, so that already qualified me for the speed aspect of the competition. But I'm hoping to compete next year at the US Open Nationals and hopefully qualify for a spot for the lead climbing as well.
Out of all the disciplines, for you, which is the one that you prefer the most? Which is the one that gets you most psyched? Because I mean, I know you do bouldering and stuff as well, don't you? So so you're multidisciplined, so you do all three.
Yeah.
Which is the one that gets you the most?
That's a tough question. I really like doing all three just because there's always something to look forward to the next day in a competition. You have I have qualifier one, then I have speed climbing, then I have finals, then maybe bouldering later. But I'd say the one that gets me the most psyched is probably speed climbing, just because there's so much intensity and pressure, and it's really fun to watch, just because it is head-to-head, and you can actually see who's going faster, who's going to win, and it's a lot of back and forth, it's a lot of anticipation and pressure, so it's a lot of fun.
I imagine that the adrenaline must be quite a thrill for that one, because we have the qualification round, guys. If you are new to the speed ideology, we have the qualification rounds, which is just your best time, and the fastest times go through. But then when we get into the latter stage of it, the finals rounds, it is a knockout competition, so it does become a race against each other. So it's speed for you then. And after that, would you say lead bouldering? Which?
I don't know. I think it really kind of sucks that we don't have bouldering in the Youth World Championships, because it's a lot of fun and it'd be really cool to test out, who can do the strongest moves in a youth aspect. But yeah, lead's pretty good. I mean, I don't prefer one a lot more than the others. Speeds just happens to be the most exhilarating. But I don't know. I really enjoy bouldering, and especially doing it at youth competitions and open competitions both. But yeah, I really like to start doing some bouldering World Cup soon. I've done a couple already, but I really want to be able to do a full circuit one of these years. So hopefully after I finish my degree, again, I'll be able to get back out there and have a lot more time and energy. So I'm psyched.
Now you're quite city-based at the moment then, because you're over in Boston and stuff like that, so you're a city lad. Do you get to go out and do any stuff on rock? What about stuff like deep water soloing or anything like that? Do you ever get involved in stuff like that?
Yeah, so I mean, we have a bunch of local areas in the Boston kind of area. We have Rumney, which is only 2.5 hours away, and a couple bouldering areas like Farley, Pawtuckaway, Great Barrington. And back in California, I've been getting outside, not as much as I could have, obviously, because I have school, but I still go outside as much as I can, and it's a lot of fun. There's some amazing areas in California, like Castle Rock and Mickey's Beach, Yosemite, obviously. So still having a good time outdoors. Deep water soloing, I'd really like to go do more of. I got my first taste last year when we had the World Championships in Singapore. I went out with my buddy Charlie, and we got to go deep water soloing in Thailand for 2 weeks. It was so much fun. But yeah, that's really cool. And I really like to do the Seco Block Masters competition that was held in Salt Lake City a couple weeks ago. Again, I didn't get to compete in it this year because I was down in Colombia, but watched the live feed and it looked really, really cool. Had some really awesome U.S. athletes do well there. Delaney Miller, Nicholas Milburn, Chris Sharma was in there too. That's pretty cool. But yeah, great to see all these guys. John Cardwell, he's one of the forerunners today. He was out there too. He had a good time, it looks like. But yeah, definitely like to do that next year. It looks like a lot of fun.
Josh, it's always a pleasure talking to you, mate. And I hope to see you through into the semis and the finals. We'll talk more then, yeah?
Awesome. Thanks, Ed.
Thanks, Josh.
Let's get
Russell Harrison getting involved on the Twitter. Great to speak to Josh, by the way, always is. Russell Harrison getting involved on the Twitter. Thank you very much for the compliments coming our way for this one. I'm glad you guys are having a good time. Do get in touch with us on the Twitter. Any questions you might have, send them in to us. I believe there are some lists up for the star list. There was Philippe Lemieux asking. There should be some links if you scroll down a little bit actually on the Twitter feed there. I believe some people are putting up some links as the results are coming in. A top there for the USA on female Youth B. Over on male Youth A here though for Slovenia, number 198, Anze Perak, 16 years old. He's been climbing for 7 years and started climbing in a school program over there. And the comedy of it is, I made a joke with Domen Skofic earlier when he said his favourite place to climb was Earth. I think these guys must have been writing them at the same time because Anze has actually put that his favourite place to climb is Mars. Oh dear. First place at the World Youth Championships in Singapore 2012. First place at the European Youth Cup in Edinburgh 2012. Anze, very impressive. Definitely somebody to watch out for as you go through the rest of this competition here. Keep your eyes peeled for this young athlete, 16 years old now, over on the green route, male Youth A. So watch out for him.
William Bosi, he's 14, he's from Scotland, which obviously makes him perfect. This is hilarious. It says, how did you start? He says, with my left hand, unless it's a right hand to start. How good is that? I like this guy already. He was second at the EYC in Edinburgh, and his favourite place to climb is into his bed. Oh. I just see him going up the route in his gym jams, you know. He was fourth in Singapore, and his other interests are, I believe it says World of Tanks, and I have no idea what that means. Perhaps he's a coach. Eric from Scotland, come on, William Bosi! But guess what? He's not the only climber on the wall. We also have William Bosi of Austria. We also need a Heide for our Slovenian guest. Andrea. William's looking pretty good over the Jackson. Yeah, I'm liking this, I'm liking this. Come on, Wills. Over on the left for Over on the left for Ecuador, we have Nicola Mejao. A small dozen female UV still to go. William still plugging away, looking good. It's been a while since we saw a top one here. I forget when you need to go mad, when you go crazy, when you go wild. For William Bosi of Scotland.
William Bosi here. Now, he was mentioned to us a little bit earlier by the Brits team. He's going to land on Sheila's head, just coming down at the moment. William Bosi, what a performance there over on the male Youth B route. We have a new athlete from Ecuador over on Youth A female as well. '16-year-old Nicole Agustina Milla Garamillo, who is over now for Ecuador on female Youth A. Started in 2004, and her favourite place to climb is in Imst, Austria. We were there just recently. I am going to, of course, grab Bosi. So, well, I've just grabbed William Bosi after that very impressive climb there a couple of moments ago. I'm giving him a moment just to recuperate down at the bottom of the wall. But William, you're 14 years old. How did you start climbing?
I started climbing when I was about 6 years old, and my older brother had been like at the Scouts and had gone climbing, so I just really wanted to go. So my dad took me to my local wall, and I really enjoyed it. So I just kept going, and then slowly built it up.
That was a very impressive performance. Just how was the climb today compared to yesterday for you? Did you enjoy yesterday, or which one of you preferred?
Yesterday was good. I probably would prefer today because I topped it, but like yesterday I just kind of didn't quite hit the hold right, so I came off near the top. But yeah, they were both really good routes. So
stylistically, which one was more your style? Which one would you? I mean, obviously you topped this one, you didn't on that one, but in terms of the style of the route, which one would you say is more you?
I think the one today was more me because it had like a lot more crimps and it was more vertical. I like overhanging more, but I'm better at vertical, so probably the one today.
And how did you get onto the team at this one? We were talking to some of the boys earlier about getting onto the World Youth team. But if anyone's watching back at home and they're keen climbers and young, like you guys are, what would they have to do to be able to get here?
Well, if you get on the British team, there's a selection event at March, at the beginning of the year, where there are 5 routes, and if you top 3 of them, you can get selected for Europeans. If you top 4, I think it's selection for the European Championships. Oh, I'm not really sure, but if you top all 5 of them, you get selected for the Worlds. Or if you're on the British team and you make a final at a European youth event, you get on the elite team, and the elite team are allowed to go to whichever comps they want.
And how did you do it?
Well, last year, when I was before I'd done any Europeans, I topped all 5 routes at March, and then got in a final at the very first European of the year. So
you basically did both of them?
Yeah.
You're just showing off, aren't you?
I was quite happy with that.
No, you absolutely should be. For you, is it mainly lead climbing, or do you like a bit of bouldering? Do you like speed?
It's mainly lead climbing. Like if I go outdoors, it's pretty much always lead climbing. I occasionally will go bouldering, but indoors, I have 2 bouldering sessions a week and 2 lead sessions. So I really like bouldering indoors and outdoors, but just don't get much time. And I do the speed. It's quite fun, but I'm not very good at it.
Are you going for the speed here as well?
No, haven't entered it.
Do we have any of the Brits going for the speed here?
No, not here. We had some out at the European Championships in Imst, but no one here.
The other thing I wanted to ask you is, because I was asking the boys as well, there is a lack of a British lead team at the World Cup events that we do around the world. Do you think it's something you can see yourself going for in coming years?
Yeah, maybe. Hopefully.
As a career choice, you think that you would go for climbing? Is it what you think you want to do?
It's what I want to do. Whoever can make enough money in it, I don't know, but yeah, I'd like to.
What kind of a support network do you get from obviously the BMC and the other guys that coach you and train with you? How is the support network from Britain?
Not sure if to answer that one. It's like pretty good.
Do they help you with training a lot? Is there a regime that they put you on? That you do so many days a week. You need to be here. We're going to help you with this. We're training this style, this type.
Yeah, I've got a coach. Which, if you're on the British team, I think you're meant to everyone on the British team is meant to get a coach provided, which trains with you not really sure, like maybe once every 2 weeks or something. I've been like away, so I haven't had any, so I don't really remember. So, but they write like a training program for you, and you're meant to follow that. But yeah.
So for you, if you're not following that, if you are doing some stuff on your own, if you're setting some of your own targets, how often a week would you be training and how long for?
I train 4 times a week normally. Depending, I train 5 times a week, or before a comp, like maybe 3 times a week. But I probably just train 4 times a week.
And in terms of hours, is it like after school, you just go straight to the gym? When do you fit that in?
I usually, after school I'd go home, I'd get like an early tea and then just go out to say RAF or Alien Rock and like train there for like until it closes at 10 and then come home. So
you've got RAFO to train at?
Yeah, which is very good for the route climbing, just because it's so tall and it's like you can train every angle. You can train like big overhangs or just long, vertical walls. So it's really good.
Well, Bosi, it's clearly showing here. So, William, congrats on that climb, and we'll see you in the semis and possibly catch up again then, yeah?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Nice chat to William. So our green route, the male youth A, is now being cleaned. As we can see over on the male junior category, Dimitri just sort of like walking his way up to the top here. These next few moves are make or break though. Got to be careful here as he goes on. He's climbed a little bit far past that draw, reached down there to get it. A little bit of a shake in his right leg then as he pushed up towards the top. He's got one hand on. Here's the second, exactly what we'd expect. Dmitry Vakiranov keeping the pressure on Domen Skofic and Loic Timmermans in the juniors. Dmitry definitely big contender for the podium here, also for the gold medal. Very impressive start there for him. Domenica Haro now out, number 102 on female youth B now, the purple route, 13 years old. Started climbing in 2009 and her biggest influence is Anna Stor. I think I was talking about her yesterday. It's nice to see some of the lead climbers whose biggest influence are some of the boulderers. Growth of that sport over the last 30 years or so. It's become its own discipline. I love bouldering. Brilliant little structure to that one. If you haven't caught any of the bouldering World Cups so far this year, we've got Munich coming up for you very soon, and that's definitely not one to miss. Bouldering World Cup's very exciting. Number 263 climbing for Canada. Lucas Uchida, 15 years old, from Canada. And he considers himself only a professional climber for the last 2 or 3 years. He started to climb seriously around 2 or 3 years ago, and until then was in and out, just climbing for fun, a social climber. He started because his mum said I should try to take lessons when he was 7. So he started there, came first at the Nationals in 2013, topped all 4 routes. And home gym right here, Boulders Climbing Centre. Favourite places to climb, Red River Gorge, local gyms and local crags. And he was first last year at the Worlds. I'm getting myself confused. I had to pause then for a moment. I've got Anna, Sean McCall's mum, sitting next to me, by the way. She's being amazing and helping me out with all this information that we've got going around. And I had to have a little chat then, because I said, first year at the Worlds? I don't remember seeing Lucas there, but what he meant is it's his first year at Worlds. So this is his very first year climbing in the World Youth Championship at the male Youth B category. Only 15 years old, Lucas Uchida, and a lot of support from the crowd behind us at the moment. This athlete from Canada, as he starts to push up towards the tricky section here on male Youth B route today, the orange route. Lucas Uchida, can he keep it going? He's got to keep sticking this now. He's got a bit of a shake in the left leg. The crowd are right behind him. Nice heel hook here as well. Got to keep the pace going, keep the breathing controlled. He's got all the support he would ever need. Oh, just caught the clip as he fell there, but a wave and a smile to the crowd. Very nice, not a bad effort at all for Lucas Uchida. And I think we'll have a conversation with Lucas in a moment now. Just going to let him have a bit of a moment to catch his breath. He was really shaking towards the end there though, but he managed to keep pushing for it. Commander going over to congratulate him from this gym here. Trains here himself. We'll have a talk to Lucas in a moment. Ilan Jonas McRae now as well for Canada, number 148, starting off on the male juniors route, the blue route. It's the guy with the dreads just starting off here. And Lucas is just in front of me. We're going to have a chat with him in a second. He's just grabbing some something to drink. So, Mr. Lucas Uchida, talk to us about that climb and how it was for you.
It was really great. Like, I don't know, it started getting pumpy, and then it started kicking and get really hard. I thought I could make that clip, so I started clipping, and my hand just started giving out as I was clipping. I thought I could clip it in time just to keep going, but no, it turned out I couldn't.
It was still a very impressive performance all the way through that one. Now, compared to the climb yesterday, this one, was this more your style? Do you enjoy this? Obviously, this is your home wall, so you know every curve of the shape because you climb here, right?
Well, I don't climb here all the time. I'm actually from Toronto, so I've only been here like a handful of times.
Oh, I've got you as Boulders Climbing Gym. Is there another Boulders gym in Toronto?
Yeah, there's a Boulders Climbing Center in Toronto, which is run by my coach and the owner, Andrew McBurney.
Right, that's where I've got confused. I was thinking, well, this is Boulders, and there's a Boulders in Toronto, okay. But you have climbed here before, yeah?
Yeah, I climbed here at Nationals and through the training camp that our national team hosts. I climbed here, yeah.
And so out of the two climbs, this one you prefer, or the one yesterday for you?
I don't know, they're both really good. This one was definitely more to my style, whereas the other one was not quite. I'm definitely happy with my performance on this climb though.
You got a lot of support here, obviously. It's your home turf, you got the home crowd advantage, but there's quite a big contingent of you guys as well. Who are we expecting to see going through into semis and into finals? Who are the big stars for Canada here?
I'll just name a few of them, I think. Ilan, Jonas McRae, Emo LaMarche, Kyle Murdoch. Man, I don't. I'm not even sure.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot. I think Canada has a lot of potential.
How is climbing received in Toronto? Is it a big sport out there, or is it just a growing one at the moment?
It's definitely growing. It's growing all the time, and it's expanding. I don't know, like we don't have any gyms like this in Toronto, but we do have smaller gyms and we train a lot. A lot of the national team this year and a lot of the Canada Cups went to Ontario climbers, so it's pretty cool.
Lucas, congratulations on your climb, man. I'm going to let you go and have a rest, all right?
Thanks.
Thank you, Lucas. Ilan looking good here as well. Ilan had a switch around with Domen Skofic, I believe, or some of the Slovenians. He's been over in Europe training out there for a while. He stayed out for a bit, so hopefully he should be in good shape for this one. Looking strong at the moment. A lot of people right behind him down here on the ground. The crowd are getting loud yet again. Ilan looking good so far. Starting to look a little bit pumped now. He's got to get that clip in. Got to get that clip in with the draw. And unfortunately just slipping at that point there, but it was a very good effort there from Ilan Jonas McRae. Very, very nice finish up there. Unfortunately just got into trouble trying to get that clip in and then coming down at the last there. So Loic Timmermans is out now as well on the male juniors route, black top there for Belgium. As I said earlier, this is another one that's competing here that you want to keep an eye on. We will expect to see him through to the semis at the very least, probably the finals. Very, very close here. 104 for Austria, very nearly atop. It's Caitlin Wu as well over for Canada now. Number 58 on female youth A, 15 years old. She's been climbing for 7 years. Started climbing at Whistler during vacations on outdoor walls. I signed up for classes and got hooked. Local centre and home gym is the Hive Climbing Centre, Vancouver, BC. And other interests and hobbies include running. Second in the 2013 Nationals, 36th at the 2012 World Youth Championships. And here's Loic Timmermans now pushing up through that little increase section there. Increase of the incline. About to get on the bulging section of the wall. Taking his time here, 18 years old, Loic Timmermans. Home gym is the Stone Age, Brussels. Came second at the World Youth Championships in 2010, third in 2011, and 13th in 2012. So looks like Luke's on a comeback mission this year. But looking at some of the other results for him, first at the European Youth Cup in 2011, another first in 2012. Won the European Youth Championships in 2012. And came 14th at the World Cup in Atlanta 2012 as well. Impressive list of previous results there, not too bad at all. Next up, Darmak. We saw her yesterday for Ecuador. She's about to start off on female youth B, the purple route here. Started climbing in 2009. Biggest influence is Andrea Rojas, sorry. And the favourite place to climb is at Arco in Italy. She's now starting, the 14-year-old athlete, Darmak, over on female youth B, the purple route there. Big crowd here still. Hasn't lessened off or slackened off at all as we've moved through the day. There's still a load of people here cramming into the stands behind us. Moving around at some of the tents and the market stands that are set up around the venue. If you can get down here to Steli Secondary School for this comp, do so. It's well worth your time to come down and have a little look at the comp and what we're looking at here. And the atmosphere as we move through into the speed tomorrow and also the final stage, semi-finals and the main finals is going to be very, very electrifying as we move through into the finals day. Hundreds of people gathered here. Another one to watch out for as we move through this competition is Stasa Gejo, who is now starting over on female youth A. She was fantastic last year in Singapore. Serbian athlete Stasa Gejo. She's now starting on the yellow route, female youth A, in the black top there as well. Very close to a top there, Loic Timmermans. Zazlan Kustayev of Kazakhstan, 16-year-old athlete now out on the green route, male youth A category. He's been climbing for only 2 years and started in school. He came first at the Kazakhstan Championship in speed. And he said that his favorite place to climb is Boulder's Climbing Gym, so a nice little heads up for that one there. Nice little nod of the head to the place where we are now. Zazlan Kustayev starting off his climb on male youth A now. Stasa just starting off here. I've just been told by Anna just next to me that actually Stasa had an issue with her eye yesterday. Something in one of her eyes had to be seen to by some of the team here. Drop knee there to try and help her move up a little bit here. Bit of a shake in that left leg now. One move away from the top. Gets a hand on it, but just not quite able to secure the final top. Not bad at all there, though, for Stasa. Down on the ground here now. Should be enough to see her through. And our next athlete from Australia is now climbing, number 151 in the male junior category. It is Sam Bowman. Okay, I've just pulled Stasa over. We're going to have a chat to Ms. Gejo in a moment. I'm just letting her catch her breath for a moment. She's having a chat to Anna next to me while Sam pushes here for Australia. Oh, and unfortunately, no. Just as I start talking, just looked like he had enough there, decides to drop down. US athlete over on the male youth A category now, number 205. Male youth A. And that is Connor Everton for the US. Just starting off on the male youth A category, the green route for us here as well. Hope everyone's doing okay back at home. Let us know how you're all doing. And while we're at that, we're going to start having a conversation with Stasa, who's in front of us now. How are you?
Well, I'm really good now. Thanks for asking.
You were very, very close to a top there. You had the hand on it, and it was just at the very last. What was it?
Yeah, I got pumped. I thought it might be a good solution to move to the left side so I could catch the top. But yeah, the pumping did everything.
And compared to yesterday as well with this climb, did you prefer this one or did you prefer yesterday's?
Of course this one, because yesterday I wasn't concentrated as well because I had something in my eye. I had problems, I had infections and my eye was all red. So I couldn't compete that well, but now I'm good. I was at the doctor, so now it's fine.
Talk to us about this this issue with your eye. What happened? And you said a minute ago they removed some metal from your eye.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know how it got inside and metal. Yeah, I got itches inside of my eye, and then I got to clinic. They said it's a piece of metal. They removed it, and now everything is just fine.
So you're back on form now. You're okay.
Yeah, I am.
Talk to me about what you've been doing in between last year in Singapore and now. What's the change been for you? What's been happening?
Well, I grew up as usual. I grew up every year, and I was doing a lot of power this winter. So we had boulder competitions in the beginning, and I was competing in Log Dragoma, my first World Cup this year, just to try it. It didn't go well, but never mind, it's a game for kids.
It's a different discipline though to what I've seen you competing in before. I mean, I know you like your lead, but that was bouldering as well. Do you do a lot of bouldering as well?
Well, this year I did more bouldering than lead because all the first part of the year was bouldering competitions, and we had European Championship in Grindelwald. I ended third. That was totally unexpected. I'm younger this year in Youth A, so we had a lot of girls which are very strong, and it was awesome to get on the podium this year. After that I had Sofia European Cup. I ended second, and then I started training lead. Maybe it was too late to start lead climbing because of those boulders, and the competition schedule was very complicated and mixed, so you couldn't train just one thing. And so I started hard preparing for IMST and championship. It seemed like it wasn't enough preparing, so I continued even harder for Canada, and here I am, and I ended good on the second qualification.
Very nice. I wanted to talk to you about your training schedule and your old man, because your dad is always around. I always see your dad. He's fantastic. He's just behind us. He's been taking photos of you climbing and stuff. And it's him. I would say that from speaking to you last year, he seems like the biggest influence on you.
Yeah, he's my coach, my cook, my dad, my therapist. He's everything. Driver, yeah, don't forget that one. And my sponsor. Yeah, my dad. He trains me, also my mom. We're traveling a lot to, get some experience from different walls and different route setters also. So it goes quite well.
Are they both climbers? Is your dad a climber?
Yeah, he was mountain climber. He was a mountain guide before, and he was climbing rocks a little bit, traditional. And my mom, when she met him, she started climbing also, and she was Balkan champion years ago.
So you come from a tradition of climbers in your family then?
Yes, I do.
And talk to us about climbing back home, because we always see you wearing the colours with honour in all these festivals, but we don't see many other guys from your country around. What's it like back home? Is it a big sport?
Yeah, we talked about that last year in Singapore also. I mean, we have climbers in Serbia, of course we do, and there are a lot of them climbing on the nationals, but it's not the level of European and world competitions, so they need to work much harder. And it was the first time in the competition in Sofia on this European Cup in bouldering, because it's very close. It's our neighbor country. So it was like 5 or 6 of us from Serbia climbing, and they just tried it to see how it is, and they figured out that they need to work a lot harder to reach this level where the world is.
What about for you? Did you find it shocking coming over to one of the senior World Cups? Was it a surprise for you, the level that the athletes are climbing at?
Yeah, I mean, seniors, that's universe. I'll try another World Cup this year in Crime, I hope, just to see how lead goes. And I hope next year I will be a little bit closer to their level.
That's what we want to hear. Okay, so you're going to keep sticking with this, you're going to keep pushing forward. You got another year of this yet to come, another couple of years in fact, haven't you?
Well, next year I'm older in my category, so that will be, my main year, the year for success. So I will work really hard this winter.
It's always a pleasure talking to you. I'm going to let you go and relax a little bit and see your dad, all right? I'll speak to you later.
It was nice talking to you.
Thank you, Stasa. Okay, so we have finished the female junior route now. We're starting to approach that point in the day where we're going to see a lot of male Youth A contestants still coming out to climb, as we have a huge amount of athletes in the male Youth A category. There's loads of them here, so we're going to have that little bit like we had yesterday at the end when we finish up, and there's still 10 or 11 guys still yet to come on the male Youth A category, so that's to look forward to as well. There's some really big names in those last few as well, so stick around for that. For the moment, we're just breaking down the rest of the wall here. For the Czech Republic, about to get started over on male Youth B. Wojciech Wilk is just starting off on male Youth B. He's been climbing for 8 years and started with his parents. He's the Czech youth champion over in the Czech Republic, and obviously Adam Ondra is a huge influence on him. Swimming and snowboarding included in his other hobbies, and Spain, his favorite place to climb. Wojciech now starting on male Youth B, the orange route. So I mentioned him earlier. He's now climbing on male youth A category. Bernard Rook, another one to keep your eyes on as he moves through this competition. On that big pinch now up on the green. This next few moves are a little bit tricky. And then he's got that complex roof maneuver to get through as well. But we'd expect to see something good from him here. So keep an eye on him. Celine Cupers here for Belgium over on female youth B now. And she got involved in climbing because her brother and her mother lived near a climbing hall. Always good when you're living close to a place like that. Biggest influence is her dad and her coach. Second at the European Youth Cup in Edinburgh. And she's been climbing since she was 10. And she's only 4 years. She's only 14 years old. She's now climbing on female youth B.
You would never, in a moment, suspect that the next climber on male youth B hails from the United States of America, would you? It's Rudolf Ruana. I think they all call him Ru. So let's be rooting for Ru. Meanwhile, Bernard Rook is approaching the roof. Our Chilean friend is starting to feel the burn.
Bernard approaching the roof here now on this section. And Celine's starting to push up there as well. These next few moves are going to be interesting for Bernard. Trying to shake those arms out there a little bit as he's approaching the top here. Got a heel hook on there as well now. Doing it in stages here to get over to that next bit. There you go, he's got the hands in the right place now. He's trying to get a knee bar in there, but it looks like a bit too much of a stretch for him. He's going for a toe hook instead. Only a couple of moves from the top now. Trying to get a comfortable position to be able to clip in. Little bit shaky here. He's really fighting for this one. Just wasn't quite comfortable enough to try and get that last clip in there, though he was at the top. Didn't quite get the clip in. Unfortunately, a fall there for Celine. She's coming back down now for Belgium, but a very good effort there all the way through. Very nice indeed. Just a couple of moves away from the end at that point.
Provisional results for the female juniors have been posted. Affichage des résultats prévisionnels pour les juniors filles.
For Argentina, we have our next athlete out now over on the male junior category. In blue there. Over on the blue route, number 156. It's Thomas Villa, Argentina. We got another Aussie coming out as well to start on female youth B. And a lot of support for this young American athlete on male youth B at the moment. This is Rudolf Ruana for the USA. Looking very good here. Very impressive climb. Only 4 moves away from a top here. Very nice. That's it. He secured himself a top there. Rudolf Ruan. Rudolf Ruana coming down again now with ease as well. Looking very, very good. That's going to see him straight the way through into semi-finals. Great effort there from the young athlete. So next up on the female Youth A wall at the moment, that's Anak Verhoeven, 17 years old, from Belgium. I'll be talking to Anak in a moment when she gets down. I had a chat to her yesterday and asked her to come over when she finishes her climb. She's been climbing since she was 4 years old and started with her parents. Wim, who's probably joining us now. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And looking at previous results, first at the European Youth Cup in 2011 and 2012, second at the World Youth Championships for 2010 and for 2012. She has started climbing on the Senior World Cups as well. And she's definitely a force to be reckoned with. Anak Verhoeven over on the yellow route, that's female Youth A category now. Okay, I've had a special request for a dance fun fact. It's been a long time since I've gone to this place. It's a good place. It's okay. You're in safe hands. A dance fun fact for you then. Here we are. Whew. The tension. Sheila's laughing. In 1971, Greenpeace was established in Vancouver, and the city has its sights set on becoming the world's greenest city by 2020. That's just a dance fun fact for you. And Sheila's just saying that they're very keen on recycling. There's a lot of, yeah, I've noticed that as well. There's a lot of bins around here. Looking after that one. Have another one as well here. Currently, Whistler gets an average of 469 inches of snow per year. 2 for the price of 1. Down fun facts. Let's get back over onto the wall now then with our Aussie climber that's just starting off here on female Youth B for Australia. Number 109. And nearly the penultimate athlete here. It's Sarah McKenzie for Australia. Then we have 2 more after that, Elizabeth Vince and Eva Thompson, both of Canada. And then we're finished on female Youth B as well. We're coming towards the end of our coverage today, guys. Flying through these second stage qualification round. Had a great day yesterday with the first climbs for everyone. These are the second, and this is where it starts to matter. This is where it's going to be all important for these guys. They've got to prove themselves today, because this is what makes the difference between them making the semi-finals or going home empty-handed. We want to see some of these guys in the top 26. And if you are new to the sport, we take 26 athletes through to the semi-finals and only 8 through to finals as well. Anak Verhoeven is also the last climber on female Youth A as well. And she's 2 or 3 moves away from the top here. Sarah McKenzie Australia. A little bit shaky. Come on, Sarah. Keep that strength up. Anna just slipped there with the foot. Tried to hold it with the hands, but couldn't quite. But it was still a fantastic effort there from Sarah Mackenzie. Anak Verhoeven is down with a top. You would expect no less. And now I'm torn because I was going to try and grab Sarah Mackenzie as well, but I want to speak to Anna. So we're going to have a chat to Anak Verhoeven when she's coming over in a moment, resting up. Currently got John Ellison using my interview seat, so I might as well say, how are you, John? Are you enjoying it today?
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, brilliant, some brilliant climbing.
You've been over to the stalls as well. What are the stalls in the marketplace like? I haven't had a chance to head down there myself yet.
Anak. Yeah, we've got Anak here, Anak Verhoeven. So it's just to say congratulations and well done.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And what was the climb like?
Well, it was all right, but I was a bit stressed because a lot of girls stopped out already, and I had to climb last, so.
But now you're ready for the semi-finals on Monday?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Sorry about that, just taking over from Dan. I was enjoying myself so much.
Sorry, I just have to wrestle a mic away from John Ellison. Get out of here. Go on, off you scamp. Right, Anak, I wanted to talk to you. Very nice climb. Compared to yesterday, which was the one that for you preferred out of the two?
The one that I climbed yesterday. Really, yeah.
Are you tired today? What is it, do you think, between the difference? Or is it just a stylistic thing? You just preferred the style of yesterday's?
I prefer the style, but I know I can do this. But I was just too stressed. And I'm sure my father saw it at home. Because maybe no one sees it, but I was too stressed and I didn't climb fluently. But it's all right.
Who are you here with at the moment? Who have you come across with? Is it with the whole team or?
Yeah, with the team, 6 climbers, 2 coaches. So. Yeah, not with my parents.
But a couple of them have been doing quite well as well. Chloe was doing quite well, and who else did we have? We had another one on Youth B.
Celine, yeah, she did well too. And I think the others too. I think they're all best. I think they're all in the semis, so.
And after 2 good climbs for yourself, you're looking at a good place to move forward to the semis as well. You've also started appearing on the World Cups, and you're doing pretty well, aren't you, over on the World Cups? How are you finding it with the seniors over there?
I think there is a big difference. It's really, really hard. But still, yeah, I'm really happy that I am able to do it and that it goes well. But the level is really high. And once you've started a route, it just, it's really hard from the beginning. So you don't have the time to rest. But I like it. And I really hope that I'll get better in the World Cups too.
So you've been moving around quite a bit with that. Have you had much time to train yourself and to be at home and work on it for yourself, or have you just been going from World Cup to a different event to different? Because I know that you've been moving around in that Volkswagen with the whole family.
Yes, we did 3 weeks, so 2 World Cups and the European Youth Championships in IMST. But then after this, I trained a lot. So my father trains me at home, and we trained a lot. So I had the time. And that's nice, just to know that you trained well.
Now, you climb predominantly in lead. Do you prefer lead to the other disciplines? How do you feel about bouldering and about some of the other disciplines of climbing?
I never did a lot of boulder competitions, just because there are so many lead competitions, and I don't really have the time to do them. But I think I prefer lead. When I go bouldering, well, sometimes it's nice because you have a lot of time and you can try boulders with other people, but yeah, lead climbing, for me, it's really better and it feels better than, yeah. Bouldering, maybe it's more powerful, or sometimes it's nice, but I prefer lead.
I mean, we've got Purs coming up as well, but how is climbing received over in Belgium? It's nice to have a contingent with you here. You know, you've got quite a few guys here that are going for the World Youth Championships, but it's kind of, I'm used to seeing you and not many other people coming to the World Cups that often. So how is it over there?
Well, at the moment there are not so many climbers in Belgium, but it's getting better. There are a lot of young climbers, and I think in the future there will be a bigger team, also in the adults competitions, because there is a lot of talent coming. So maybe at the moment there are not so many climbers, especially in the World Cups, but I think it's coming.
What's been your favourite competition of everything you've done so far to date? If you're looking at World Youth, if you're looking at European Youth, World Cups, for you, what's the highlight of your career that you've just started?
That's difficult to say because there were some really nice youth competitions. And for example, Pau in France some years ago, I think it was in 2011. And I won there, and it was really nice. Also, I like the competitions in France too, and yeah, also places where I can visit the city or in countries where we have time to look around. But I also liked the competition in Puurs last year because it's my home gym, and there were so many, also the young kids who were cheering me on, and I liked the competition last year in Puurs.
There's nothing like competing in front of your home crowd, is there?
Yeah,
you know?
that's nice.
Anak, I think you've done fantastic so far. We will, of course, see you in the semi-finals and the finals hopefully as well. We'll chat more then. Yeah?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anak. I'm going to let you go and rest up. Wim, if you can hear us back home, hello to you. I hope you're doing well, and your girl's done good so far.
Yeah, and Wim, I'd like to say hello too, and Patty. So thank you very much, and take care, and she's done very well.
John Ellison keeps stealing my microphone. I'm being bullied by John Ellison. Few more athletes still yet to come here today, then plenty more in the male youth A category. Eva Thompson here, 15 years old from Canada. She's been climbing for 3 years and she's now out on the purple route, female youth B. Was introduced to climbing by her dad. And her home gym is the CCC, Calgary Climbing Centre. Favourite place to climb is Boulder's Climbing Gym, but she likes the atmosphere at the CCC better. I suppose that's your home gym. It's got to have a good atmosphere there. She came fourth at Nationals just recently. And also a fan of skiing and hiking as well, other outdoor activities. She's starting here on the purple route, moving on her way up now. And oh, it's Buster. We've got Buster back out as well on male youth A. Had a nice chat to Buster yesterday. 17 years old, Buster Martin from GBR from Great Britain. Just starting off on male youth A now. He's been climbing for 5 years. Local centre and home gym is Westway. He's on the green route now, starting off. Well up the wall over on the male junior route now, number 159. Which is Kim Han-woo of Korea. Looking good here. He's on around that pyramid-shaped volume with the undercling on the side. He's got to stay in the middle and go right here, though, to move up this section. We've seen a few athletes bearing to the left, and it's cost them their climb there at that point. Okay, I'm now joined by Todd Chester, who is a marketing manager for Enterprise, who is one of the sponsors of the IFSC. We see that logo all around the world. And Todd, you make holds, a lot of which are being used here at our World Youth Championships. How have you found the World Championships, the World Youth Championships so far?
Yeah, it's been excellent. It's fun to see all the kids here, enjoying a good time, and just the variety and the culture coming together. Super nice.
And what are we expecting to see from the semis and the finals as well, with the type of holds that you've brought with you? What are we looking at here? Have we got anything new range of holds coming out?
We do. Everything's kind of a little bit different around the world, with bigger volumes coming to the IFSC, and so just keep an eye out for new things coming out continually.
Talk to me a little bit about what you do and what your personal job is, and how you help Enterprise, how you work for Enterprise.
My personal position with Enterprise is dealing with the marketing of climbing walls. So I also work directly with the IFSC and our relationship there. So it's just good for me to come out and show personal support and company support of the IFSC and their project to involve and grow this sport climbing, a little bit further around the world. So,
are you a climber yourself?
I am a little bit more bouldering these days than sport climbing, but yeah, we still keep active all the time.
What is it you think about climbing that is so addictive to people when they have experienced it themselves or tried themselves? What do you think it is about climbing that just catches people?
I think at first I think there's a little bit of a sense of adventure, and then as people go and even come to an event like this, and you look and see how many people around the world are involved and the cultural variety, then you also know that it's quickly you'll realize it's a big family. Everybody's welcoming. There's no, it's a competition, but everybody's rooting for each other. And you quickly see that. And no matter what type of climbing you do, if it's indoors or outdoors, there's that cultural just combining of spirits. So that's what we'd like to push further, and introduce more people to, and definitely younger generations, and then they can teach it to the next generation. So.
Todd, thank you for coming and talking to us. If people are heading down here, where's the stall set up, and what have you got on offer down here?
We've got some posters of Sasha DeJulian and Adam Andra over here, a few samples of holds and volumes. So, yeah, just stop by. We're just here to, like I said, support the event and the IFSC and just enjoy.
Where can they find you? Where are you in the venue here if they're coming down?
We are over in the marketplace, right over by all the food.
It's a good place to be, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Todd, thank you very much for talking to us, and I wish you all the best. I'll speak to you probably a little bit later on.
Right on. Thanks.
That's Todd Chester, marketing manager for Enterprise. Over on the male juniors. Fantastic effort there for Ian Brander of Canada. Back down on the ground now.
Sebastian Halenke of Germany, and then we'll finish up with Jorg Verhoeven of the States. So plenty more good action to come. Results for female USA are posted. There we go, thank you. Oh, sorry, I thought I was supposed to repeat that really easily. So, les résultats des cadettes sont
Still a huge crowd here behind us, and it's going to pick up only more and more as we move through the rest of the competition. If you are able to make it down and be here at any stage of this competition, it's a great atmosphere. There's loads of climbers hanging around out the front. You can go and have a chat to them. There's coaches down there as well. There's obviously the entreprise stall around the back as well that you can go and have a look at some of the holds. There's food courts. There's loads of places to be and things to see. Come down if you can. Make it here to Steli Secondary School. And of course we have this fantastic wall and all this brilliant climbing still yet to come as well. So well worth popping down if you are able to. As always, if you want to get in touch with us, if you want to have a chat, you can do that on Twitter. Getting involved on there using the hashtag WYCH2013, WYCH2013, which is World Youth Championships 2013. Send them in. Any questions for us? Over on male juniors now. We're starting to move towards actually the end of the male juniors here. It's Yoon Yoonwa of Korea, number 162 on the blue route. After him, we have only two more yet to come on the male juniors, one of which is Sebastian Halenke, and it's always a pleasure to chat and speak and or watch Sebastian climb, so that's something to look forward to in a moment. Now that Yoon Junwan is down, Sebastian Halenke will be stepping up to the plate, and there's Joseph Gifford as well of the USA finishing things off, and that's going to be with a load of cries of support from the crowd, no doubt, and that's still to come as well on the male juniors, finishing up over there. And I think we are really approaching the end of all the other climbs apart from male youth A now. We've got our next athlete for male youth A from Kazakhstan, number 213. And that is Paniflov Alexei. Alexei Paniflov from Kazakhstan. Been climbing for 8 years. Third place in the Youth Asian Championships in Iran in 2012. That was lead climbing there. Biggest influence listed is his coach, and he's also keen student of mathematics. Alexei came third place in the Youth Asian Championships in Iran 2012 for the 16-year-old Alexei Paniflov. Now starting on male Youth A. And of course, Sebastian Halenke now out on the male juniors. A different style this year. If you remember last year at the World Youth Championships at Singapore, he had a gecko-shaped haircut on his head. With it literally cut his hair into the shape of a gecko, clinging to his head, with a nice tail down the back as well. This year he's gone for funky punk and dyed it red instead. But here he is, male junior wall, Sebastian Halenke, 18 years old, from Germany, and he's been climbing for about 10 years. Started with his parents doing just mountaineering, and then started moving towards the more sport climbing route of things. Just to give you an idea of why this guy's one to watch as we move through. 3 times World Youth Champion, German champion in the seniors, came 9th at the World Cup in Briançon, came 9th at the World Games in Cali. Sebastian Halenke, at just 18 years old, has already been 3 times World Youth Champion. And his local centre is actually his house. His home gym is just, he has a bouldering wall at his house and he climbs there. Biggest influence is all the great people he meets and experiences while he gets to go travelling around the world. Other interests and hobbies, philosophy, travelling and getting to know different people and cultures, and also going out to dance. Tivoli as a favourite training centre, and France for just enjoying the climbing there. Previous World Youth Championships results then. 2009 in Valence he was first, 2010 in Edinburgh he was first, came 4th in Imst in 2011, but then in 2012 at Singapore he got that gold medal yet again, and now he's here to try and take it one more time in the male junior category. Sebastian Halenke of Germany. So only 7 climbers left all in all, with the one on male junior route after Sebastian's finished his climb, and 6 left to go on male youth A. Now that Alexei Paniflov is down, we have Dominic Burns about to step up to the plate for Ireland. Saw him at the BBCs recently. I might have a chat with Dom, actually, representing Ireland over here. And we also got Nicholas Bradley of the USA, Sebastian Aceves Cardenas of Mexico, Martin Bergant of Slovenia, and Marco Muller of Switzerland yet to come. A couple of them could be well within contention for a finals place here, so keep an eye out for them. We finish up on male youth A, and now we welcome the next athlete out onto that one, now that Alexei Paniflov has finished up. Sebastian pushing for it here, though. It is Dominic Burns now for Ireland. Heel hook here for Sebastian. Very, very collected at this late stage here. These next 2 or 3 moves before he reaches the right upper top section is a point we've seen a lot of athletes falling here. He's going to have to be a bit careful, but he's looking good so far. Couple of moves away here. He's got to figure out how to go to the left, and no, it's cost it him. Those are a couple of moves there. Tell about, and he's saying it looks like he's got a bad finger there as he just landed down at the bottom. He's checking that one. So I'm going to wait for Sebastian to just get unhooked here from the belaying. It's Corey there, his belayer, that's just unhooking him, and I'm going to have a chat to Sebastian about that. And I want to see his finger as well, because apparently all of his skin's falling off, and it's probably going to be disgusting, but I'm interested in it. That's what I want to know. Here's Dominic Burns then, just starting off over on the male youth A route, the green route. Looks strong recently as well, Dom Burns at the BBCs. And let's hope he has a good climb here as well. Running towards the end of the day now, about 5 more still left to come. I'm going to have a brief conversation now that he's down on the floor and he's resting up a little bit. Show me your finger.
Yeah, it's looking awful.
Yeah, that is looking awful. And your thumbs as well.
Yeah, actually, this finger is the reason why I slipped off there, because when I was having the hold, when I was crimping it, I felt how suddenly my finger was about to leave there, and I felt how my skin got peeled off. And I was like, fuck, because I was not that tired, I was not so deaf. I just was hanging there, and I felt my hand going off, and then I saw how my skin was just leaving there, so, oh well, it's okay. I guess now it's away, that skin, and on Monday there's no skin that has to leave anymore.
Well, let's hope that it doesn't cost you anything in the semi-finals, and then on. I'll describe it to you guys, because it's bizarre. You haven't actually got flappers. It's not bleeding or anything. You're just slowly losing layers of skin.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm having lots of skin on my fingertips. I think mainly because of Kali, actually, because it was super hot there. And I was doing 2 training sessions there, and while that, I got a lot of skin on my fingertips. I think for holding crimps that my fingers wouldn't get to bleed, so my body was already doing something against that, but now it's just not necessary anymore, that much of skin there. So it got to leave.
We think it's because you're climbing so much at the moment that they're just not getting much of a chance to rest up and heal up? What is it? Because you've been very busy recently at the World Cups, Cali as well, now the World Youth Championships.
Yeah, for sure, it's because of that. Actually, this happens quite often to me also while training, that sometimes there is a lot of skin, and then with the time it just gets off. With many training sessions, sometimes during the year I'm even having open hands and bleeding, so yeah, that's quite because of that, I think.
Now, do you think you're going to be okay for the semi-finals into the finals? Do you think it'd be a problem for you at all?
Yeah, for sure it will be okay. There's one rest day between, and as you just said, it's not bleeding, so it's okay. There's still a skin under it. I just have to get the unnecessary skin there away, and then it will be all fine for Monday.
Sebastian, I'm going to let you go and rest up a little bit, all right, mate? Get those hands fixed for the semi-finals.
Thank you a lot.
Cheers, Sebastian. Always love talking to Halenke. Sheila's just said he's an iguana, he's shedding skin, that's what it's all about. But I have to apologise for Sebastian. He's a very well-spoken gentleman, but occasionally a swear word just slips out. So I have to apologise for that one. He just likes to make a bit of noise in English. I'm going to have a chat with him about that, I think. So, okay. We're over on male youth A then. We're on our last few. We've also got our last athlete now out on the wall for male juniors. So for that one, we have the US athlete Joseph Gifford, who is just over on the blue route. For Chile then, male youth A now, number 215. We're moving towards the last section of these guys as well. I thought we'd have quite a few left over, but we've only got 4 left to come after Inti Melado has finished climbing, and this is Inti Melado now for Chile, over on male youth A. Unfortunately, a fall there for Gifford, but a good effort there on his second climb here for today. And I know a lot of you have been shouting out from England, Phil Waterhouse going crazy on the Twitter and stuff. But I had to just go off and grab Dom, because I just missed Dominic Burns when he finished his climb a moment ago, because I was talking to Sebastian Halenke. But I wanted to have a chat to you. Dom, talk us through your experience here so far. How's it been for the first climb and then today?
Yeah, the first climb was awesome. Really enjoyed it. Really suited my style. But I think I could have got a few moves further. But I just fumbled the clip, and then my hand popped off while I was trying to readjust. And this second route, I just got a bit pumped too early. And then again, yeah, I'm just not so good in big pinches and slopey holes. So I just need to go home and train a lot more.
So we've seen you recently at the British Bouldering Championships. We've seen you doing the bouldering style. You were through into the finals there. You did very well throughout that competition. But which is your preferred style? Do you prefer lead or discipline rather? Do you prefer lead or do you prefer bouldering?
I definitely prefer bouldering, but I never really just do bouldering. I'd always have to do both. and then the odd bit of speed is quite good, but I can only do that when I go across to Scotland because there isn't a speed wall in Ireland. So.
And what is the preference, what's the reason for the preference of bouldering? What is it that you like about bouldering instead of lead?
I'm not really sure, it just sort of suits me more. I've never really had a tremendous amount of stamina, although like if I train hard enough I'm sure I could like get as good as most of the people here, but yeah, I just preferred bouldering.
So you were currently sitting around 20th place after the climb yesterday. Done quite a good effort on this one now, up to that large pinch on that one. Do we think it's going to be enough to see through semis?
I hope so.
And what's the plan, after this, whatever happens over the next few days? I mean, what happens for you then from now on for the rest of the year?
I'm not sure. We were talking about going to Eindhoven for the European Senior Championships, possibly. And then there's another bouldering round over in Naval in France. That's around September-ish. And after that, just training for next season.
So World Cups wise, we're going to see you coming over to the World Cups on the IFSC circuit?
Hopefully, as soon as possible.
What about getting an Irish team over with you? I mean, what's the climbing support like over in Ireland?
Yeah, it's quite good. It's not like tremendously high, but yeah, if we got a couple more walls built and stuff, then yeah, we could definitely get a few more through.
You got any new and up and coming guys? I mean, there was a couple of you at the BBCs, weren't there?
Yeah, there's quite a few of us at the BBCs, and there's 2 of us over in IMS for the lead comp. But yeah, just the facilities we have over there aren't great at the moment, so we just need to get more walls built so we can get better training done.
Dom, thank you very much for talking to us and for giving us your time. I wish you all the best, mate. All right?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dom. That's Dominic Burns for Ireland. I grabbed him for a brief chat there. Sandra Mull getting in touch saying, "Go, Sebastian." But I've missed that one because he's got down. So for the US now, over on male youth A, we have Nicholas Bradley. Looking fine at the moment. Not shaking at all. He's not too pumped either. He's taking his time, nice, slow and controlled. This has been an interesting route to watch over the past couple of days, actually. It's been interesting in the fact that there's a wide spread of where the athletes are falling on this one. It's not that there's one particular crux on the wall. I mean, there is the hardest couple of points are either approaching the roof or just as you're moving across to that spin in the roof, that turnaround before you go for the final clip. But there are 3 or 4 points on this that can catch you by surprise, like Dominic Burns was saying a few moments ago. The pinch just up ahead of Nicholas Bradley, about 5 moves ahead of where he is now. There's a big pinch on the side there, and that's caught quite a few athletes out, like it did with Dom. And I've seen athletes falling way, way lower as well, below the blue volume that our athlete is now ahead of. And then there's that really interesting roof section and the maneuver around there to get to the top. Unfortunately, you can see another different fall there for him as well. The routes here have been set by Reinhard Fichtinger, who's our chief route setter. He's been working with Laurent Lepore as well. Next athlete is from Mexico. His name is Sebastian Aceves Cardenas. We've also got Martin Bergant yet to come. We had a great chat with him yesterday, and also Marco Muller of Switzerland. Those are the last few athletes for today. Before we say goodbye to you and get ready for tomorrow. A change of pace, literally, as we have a speed beginning then. Okay, from Mexico here, Sebastian Halenke, 16 years old, number 217. Up on the green route now. Interesting method here on this one. Oh, and unfortunately just slipped as well. First at the National Junior Youth A in Mexico. A shout out to his coach Kiko and the family and friends that might be joining us now as well. Male Youth A category, Sebastian Halenke, unfortunately with an early fall there. And this next guy's great. We had a great chat with him yesterday. Martin Bergant, he put in a fantastic performance in his first climb. And his second one now, this fight for pushing forward to the semis. Martin Bergant. He'll be out in a few moments' time. We're getting to that point now. Penultimate athlete, Martin Bergant, about to emerge here as well. There you can see, stepping up onto the plate, number 218. 17 years old, from Slovenia, has been climbing for 11 years. And got involved because his neighbor had a climbing wall at home. This is a great way to start if you've got a climbing wall literally next door to your house. Oh, and I'm starting to see a pattern with the Slovenians as well. I said Domen Skofic had put the favourite place to climb down as being Earth. And we had Anze saying it was Mars. And of course, Martin Bergant has said his favourite place is Saturn. So, lovely. He plays the accordion. There's an interesting fact for you. Third place at Singapore 2012, 11th place in 2011 at Imst, and 15th in 2010 in Edinburgh. So, Martin, moving with confidence here. Needs to match the climb that he had yesterday. Results should be pouring in as well for you guys, so keep an eye on those to find out who the 26 are. We are 1.5 climbs away from saying goodbye to you for today, and also providing you with those 26 in each category who managed to make it through to the semis. A day of rest for them though. It's speed all day tomorrow, unless of course they're competing in the speed as well, and some of them are. No rest for some. But for the lead only guys, they get a day of rest before they come back for the semi-finals and the finals on Monday. Okay, so here's the big pinch now for Martin. Gone up with the left first. Still looking good here. Doesn't even look too pumped at the moment either. But he's spending time around here. This could be sapping some energy now for him. Also needs to be aware of the time. Only 6 minutes in the qualifications to climb this. The 18-meter wall. It's a long route as well. It doesn't just stop at the vertical. It moves over into the roof, more central as well. He's got to be aware of the time as he's pushing for this bit. He's got that clip in, so he doesn't have to worry about this next section. Up at the right here now, and he's going to start moving around to the left-hand side in a few moments' time. Ah, and unfortunately a fall there for him. He will not be very happy with that at all. That means he's relying mainly on his climb from yesterday, which was very strong, so it should be enough to see him through. A little bit of a slip there, though. This is what I mean about this route. I've enjoyed watching this one because we've seen just such a wide variety of different falls in different places. That wasn't the pinch that got him there. It was the move or two after it, moving around to the left, that brought him down off the wall, caught him by surprise. Our last competitor is now about to come out. It's Marco Müller of Switzerland. And then we'll be saying goodbye to you guys. So Marco Müller now moving out for Switzerland. Our last climber for today, starting out on the male youth A green route here. So last climb for today. Marco Müller of Switzerland. I have to say a big thank you as well to Anna, who's been here with me. It's just Sean McCall's mum, who's been helping me all day today, sort out hundreds and hundreds of athletes' names. So Anna, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You going to be back with us over the next few days?
I am.
Have you enjoyed the comp?
I have.
So I've my thanks to Anna as well. Marco taking his time. Looking good at the moment. He's got to switch his feet here. Go up onto the pinch. This is an interesting point as well. We've seen, we saw a few moments ago an athlete come down trying to maneuver that strange shaped volume that he's just got both hands onto now. Up with the left, using it as a pinch there. You can see the thumb that's on the wall itself. Wide here, it's allowing him to get up on top though. Looking a little bit shaky, got to figure out what to do. Sit in a little bit, nope. Just went to it a little bit too quickly there. Reached with the hand a little bit too soon. A great effort though there from Marco Müller for Switzerland, but that finishes his climb and also finishes our climbs for today, guys. We are finished for the qualification stage, and very shortly you'll be able to get all of the updated lists for who makes it through into the semi-finals round, which will be on Monday, and that's when it starts to get exciting, guys. Semi-finals and then finals as well, all in the same day. We have the speed for you tomorrow, so we've got that to look forward to as well. Well, thank you very much for being with us all the way through today. That's the end of the second stage of the qualifications. We now know who our 26 athletes from each category are going to be moving through to the semi-finals, competing for those all-important 8 places. It's a tradition for these guys to walk past whenever I'm doing these things. Thank you very much for being with us. Tomorrow we are back at 12 o'clock. That's our time, PST. 12 p.m., so midday, to start things off with the speed qualifying rounds. I've been Daniel Finn. Thank you for being with us, and for now, I'll say goodbye from Canada.